This program was produced by Now You Know Media. Lectures are about 25 minutes in length and are designed to fit conveniently into your daily routine while commuting, exercising, or at home. We search the world for trusted, expert presenters, record them in our studios, and deliver their knowledge to you whenever and wherever you desire. We invite you to visit our website, nowyouKnowMedia.com, to explore our newest programs. Your professor is Sister Dorothy Jonaitis, OP. Sister Jonaitis has been a Grand Rapids Dominican sister since 1961. She is employed by the University of Dallas's School of Ministry. She completed a Doctor of Ministry and Preaching degree from Aquinas Institute of Theology in May 2002 and taught on the high school level before moving completely into adult formation in 1988. Sister Jonaitis loves to teach, and she is encouraged by the number of adults who are enrolled in the biblical school sponsored by the University of Dallas. Sister Jonaitis also uses her talent as an upright double bassist to contribute to liturgical celebrations. She is the author of Unmasking Apocalyptic Texts, A Guide to Preaching and Teaching, published by Paulist Press in 2005. Sister Jonaitis' previous course with Now You Know Media is titled Apocalyptic Literature.
Topic 1. Alexandria, Egypt, home of the Septuagint, the Greek Bible. The geography of ancient Israel was an inlocked country without any access to the Great Sea, the Mediterranean. Throughout its history, even in the time of David and Solomon, when Israel had the largest concentration of map, they never had a seaport. Map 1 in Appendix 1 has a map of the land acquired by David and Solomon, and you will see the reality of Israel never building a seaport city. Therefore, Israel looked north to the great empires of Assyria and Babylonia, east to Moab, Edom, and other small city-states, and southwest to Egypt for relationships with other countries. Map 2 in Appendix 1 indicates how much the Babylonian Empire dominated Israel before the exile from 597 to 587. The leaders of the great empires ruled Israel after conquering or destroying cities and looting the land. Their government was from afar, in Nineveh for Assyria, and in Babylon for Babylonia. Israel was beholden to them only for taxes imposed with the promise of no rebellion. They were allowed to worship any god as long as it didn't create chaos. There was no language or cultural impositions. That changed with the accession of Alexander the Great. After his father, Philip II of Macedon, was assassinated, Alexander inherited an experienced army and a strong kingdom for which his father fought, and eventually bringing all of mainland Greece under Macedonian rule. Alexander managed to receive the award of generalship from his father and launch military plans for expansion. In 334, he invaded Persian-ruled Asia Minor and began a series of military battles for the next 10 years. Finally, he overthrew the Persian king, Darius III, breaking the power of Syria, which established his rule from the Adriatic Sea to all of Asia Minor and on into Egypt. Map 3 in Appendix 1 shows the huge landmass Alexander usurped that would change the world of his time. His plan was to reach the ends of the earth. He had military expositions in India in 326, but was forced back by a stronger army. He died in 323, and the series of civil wars tore his Egypt apart, leaving it to a few of Alexander's surviving generals, two of whom became leaders of the Ptolemaic Empire in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire in southern Asia Minor. Alexander was greatly influenced by the famed philosopher Aristotle, who tutored him in his younger years. By his time, Greek cultural influence and power was at its summit in Europe and Asia. Some say the time of Alexander's life was a period of transition between the brilliant classical period and the emergence of the Roman Empire. This cultural movement was called Hellenism, and for most of these biblical years, the geography conquered was called Hellenistic Empire. Its beginning and end is not of interest for this lecture series, and so I will not continue with that. Because Alexander's education and interest in all things Greek, he saw Hellenism as the highest form of civilization, being more philosophical than any other culture of its time. His vision in the establishment of his empire was to create throughout a shift to the Greek way of life. Alexander expected his subjects to use the Greek language, study Greek philosophy and literature, and embrace the Greek values of body. This was the way Israel was affected by Alexander. All things Greek became a severe problem for the culture of the Jewish world. The books that are part of this series show the tension between two worldviews that often clashed. Alexandria, Egypt, founded in 331 and named after its famous general, was the center of Hellenism. It was the second largest city in Egypt. Some have called the city the Pearl of the Mediterranean. During these biblical years, its cultural heritage distanced itself from the remainder of its country. Alexandria was known for the largest library in the ancient world and was known as the center of learning. Its legendary lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the world, symbolized its status as a beacon of Greek culture. This is the Alexandria that is the background of the literature of this period of Jewish history. Not only the center of Hellenism, Alexandria was the home of one of the largest Jewish communities in the world. During this time, the Ptolemies kept the city in order and fostered its development. The Ptolemies were careful to maintain the distinction of its populations, Greek, Jewish, and Egyptians. Given the importance of this Jewish city, it is interesting to think about the period of Hebrew slavery described in the book of Exodus. With more than a century of archaeological research, nothing has been found to support the taxed sojourn into Egypt, the escape of some say over 1 million Israelites in the Delta region, or the 3-month journey to Mount Sinai. Egyptian records do not mention anything recorded in the book of Exodus. There are no traces of a mass migration that the book describes. However, all the places named, including Goshen, Pithom, Ramses, the Sea of Reeds, and Mount Sinai, have been found and are guarded by the Egyptian government. Generally, scholars wonder about the lack of evidence, but some others believe that there is enough evidence to represent the historical truth of these events. What does that mean in terms of the Bible describing these events? I suggest that there needs to be a distinction between historical reality and the truth of the Scriptures as a journey of faith to a covenant God. Jewish history in Egypt was rooted in the experience of the Babylonian exile. Waves of Jewish immigrants settled in Egypt during the Ptolemaic era, especially around Alexandria. Evidence points to the fact that the prophet Jeremiah fled to Egypt after the exile. As early as the 3rd century BCE, or BC, there was a large diaspora community in Egypt, and diaspora means far away from Jerusalem. Most were concentrated in and around Alexandria. In his famous book Antiquities, A Jewish History by Josephus, it is argued that when the first Ptolemy claimed Judea under its rule, he took over 120,000 Jewish captives to Egypt. Is all that historical fact? Many Jews were attracted to Egypt and Alexandria with the hope of a livelihood that was tolerated by Ptolemy's big-heartedness. In fact, an inscription recording a Jewish dedication of a synagogue in Ptolemy was discovered in the 19th century near Alexandria. Thus, I suggest that the history of the Jewish diaspora in Egypt flourished in a time of Alexandria, in the great city that bore his name. The Ptolemies were so kind-hearted that they assigned the Jewish community 2 of the 5 districts of the city. This allowed them to keep their laws pure of Greek cultural influences. The Alexandrian Jews benefited from a greater degree of political independence than anywhere else in the diaspora. Although there has never been an exact census, some estimate that as late as the early 20th century, there were over 275,000 Egyptian Jews. In the current day, that population has decreased to almost nothing because of the Jewish-Arab conflict. Anti-Jewish measures have developed and have led to the dispersion of Egyptian Jewry around the remainder of the world. Why is all of this background about Alexandria important? That is precisely the issue for continued study from this lecture. Alexandria was the home of the translation of the Hebrew Scriptures into Greek. This ancient text, called the Septuagint, is considered the earliest translation of the Hebrew Scriptures. For purposes of clarification, I will assume, although it's a huge assumption, that there was a single set of original translations of the Hebrew Scriptures into Greek. I will also presume that the earliest parts of this translation, probably the Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, was accomplished in approximately the 3rd century BC, and that the remainder of the translation was completed by the 1st century. The rest of this lecture will be about the Septuagint and its impact on diaspora Judaism. This will allow me to set the stage for the Deuterocanonical or Second Canon books. They are fascinating books preserved only in the Septuagint. The origin of the Septuagint was preserved only in the story of Aristeas, often called the Letter of Aristeas. Details of the story have been repeated so often by others throughout history that I will give you a broad outline and some reasons why the story is improbable. The Letter of Aristeas describes a King Ptolemy who reigned from 285 to 247. His greatest desire was to collect, if possible, all the books of the world for the royal library at Alexandria. However, the librarian informed the king that the tome of books in the collection lacked a copy of the laws of the Jews. In order to prevent his dream from being fulfilled, he had to solve this problem. So he sent a letter to Eleazar, the high priest in Jerusalem, delivered by Aristeas, requesting 6 learned elders from each tribe to come to Alexandria and complete a translation. The letter is full of details, not important here, except to say that the translators came to Egypt as requested, 72 strong. Upon arrival in Egypt, they were immediately received by the king, settled in the very best accommodations, and invited to a royal banquet. Afterward, Demetrius, the librarian, takes them to comfortable and secluded lodging by the sea. Was it a coincidence that there were 72 translators, and they finished the task in 72 days? The Alexandrian Jewish community praised the work. Indeed, it was so final that a curse be to anyone who omitted, transposed, or added to the translation. King Ptolemy was so impressed with the meeting of minds that he suggested that the lawmaker must be of divine origin. This story has been told and retold that it is now considered larger than life. It has many elements in it that are beyond the scope of this particular lecture, but are in the details of the letter. There is also mention of a Demetrius of Etria being present at the royal banquet, but he had been dead for almost 2 years before the reign of King Ptolemy ended. Why would an Egyptian king who was affected by Hellenism be so interested in the Hebrew scriptures? Why would that king write to the high priest for translators? There are many suggestions, but these 4, taken from the Ankle Bible Dictionary, have put forth consideration. An apology for the Jewish translation of the Torah. Propaganda directed at Greeks to show the superiority of Jewish religion. Intended to defend the literary activities of Alexandrian Jews against attacks of Jews in Palestine. And propaganda for the original Greek translation against a contemporary revision. But there seems to be broad consensus from scholars in concerning the letter of Aristeas. Many of those points are beyond the scope of this talk. However, as a result of the Gutenberg press, invented in CE 1440, the first printed text of the complete Septuagint was prepared in the years 1514 to 1517. This Greek text, produced from several manuscripts, including one from the Vatican Library, formed the basis for 4 other productions. The 4th major edition of the Septuagint, produced, was based on the Codex, the book, Alexandrinus, and completed in 1720. This edition was valuable because it compared to the Masoretic text, the most ancient Hebrew version of the Old Testament. Many documents or manuscripts were considered, and the best witnesses of ancient Septuagint that we have survived. It is important to discuss the Septuagint in the context of this series for one important reason. This Greek translation contains books that are not in the Hebrew Scriptures. Known as the Apocrypha in the Jewish canon, which means the books not considered inspired by God, the canon of the Catholic Church states that the books are inspired and calls them Deuterocanonical canon. The question continues to arise, why not include these books in the canon? For the most part, the books fill in the 400-year gap between the conclusion of the Jewish Old Testament and the Christian New Testament. The Hebrew canon was established in about 100 after the time of Jesus. After Jerusalem had been destroyed by the Romans in 70, another diaspora of the Jewish people occurred. Jerusalem was still their spiritual center, Since the temple no longer existed, they needed a reliable and authentic, authoritative Bible. At that time, there was a large and active community of Jewish scholars in Alexandria, and the canon was determined and closed. There are many other writers circulating and being wide read around Alexandria, but they were never considered for canonization by this body of scholars. A difficulty that emerged within the Jewish community afforded the Greek Septuagint translation necessary. Many in the Jewish community no longer read the Hebrew. Instead, Greek or Aramaic was used in their everyday lives. In addition, the Christian Bible, originally translated from the Greek Septuagint, included these Deuterocanonical books, called Apocrypha by Jews. These books became part of the Catholic scriptures. In 1796, they were dropped from the King James Version of the Bible, the first English translation. Included in Appendix 2 is a list of the 4 authorized canons in Christianity today. It compares the Jewish and Protestant canon to the Catholic canon, and also the Orthodox and Coptic canons. Notice, as you look at that the Coptic and Orthodox canons consider some books inspired that Catholics do not have in their canon. The Council of Trent in 1546 made the canon of the Catholic Church official in reaction to the great threat posed by the Protestant Reformation. This lecture, then, leads into the second one, titled Catholic Christian and Protestant Christian Bibles. Topic 2, Catholic Christian Bible and the Protestant Christian Bible. In order to understand the reason why Catholics and Protestants use different Bibles, the first lecture was probably and absolutely necessary. The development of the Bible, both the Septuagint and the Hebrew text, is the hinge that has led to separate canons within these Protestant churches. As stated near the end of Lecture 1, 2 other canons exist today, the Orthodox and the Coptic canons. Seeing the canons side by side makes it apparent what was added or subtracted. The Catholic, Orthodox, and Coptic canons can be thought of as an addition of various books, whereas the Protestant canon would be considered subtraction. I must return to the question of the importance of the Septuagint in our scholarly world today. The Septuagint, if you read text, is often abbreviated LXX for the Roman numeral 70 in honor of the story and the translators. The Septuagint is an important document in biblical studies today because it leads into the question of different Bibles. Now, I will use the term mainline biblical scholars, and I must clarify what I mean by the term. These are biblical scholars for those Protestants that emerged out of the Reformation and are near it in dates. This list varies, but it would include Lutherans, Calvinists, Methodists, and Presbyterians. The reason why the Septuagint is an important document today has never been clearly expressed, but mainline biblical scholars have tended to use the Septuagint to correct the Hebrew text, where that is considered the Septuagint to be corrupt. Now, I made clear in Lecture 1 that the Greek version of the Bible, although translated from the Hebrew, was not necessarily translated from a text accessible. It seems, therefore, that the most important reason for studying the Septuagint is to understand the thoughts of Jews in the pre-Christian era. Secondly, Western scholars, who are specialists in Christianity, need to consider the Septuagint because it is the Bible of the early Christian church. It was not secondary to the Hebrew text. It was scripture, and it was profitable for doctrine. This is clear in the pastoral letters that speak about teaching sound doctrine. From 2 Timothy, "For the time is coming when people will not put up with sound doctrine, but having itching ears, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own desires." When the early Christian church spoke about using the scriptures to teach sound doctrine, it was the Septuagint and not the Hebrew Bible that was used. The Septuagint was also used to provide the context for theological concepts in the New Testament. The third reason for considering the Septuagint important is that it explains the way the Hebrew Bible was understood and interpreted in ancient times. Every translation of the Bible is a commentary. And considered that the Septuagint was the first translation of the Hebrew Bible, it gives insight into the art of translating a biblical text and the way it might have been subtly or blatantly reinterpreted in the process. Lastly, the Septuagint is important for those who want simple answers to complex questions. There are no shortcuts to comprehend the complexity that surrounds human endeavors. Some religious movements throughout the history of Christianity have squelched dissenting voices by seeking uniformity in thought and action, thus destroying the valuable contribution of the dissenting voices. It is to the credit of Judaism and Christianity that the Septuagint, including its Apocrypha, the 7 books, as well as the recently discovered materials in Qumran, have been freely communicated. Returning to the continued development of both the Septuagint and the Hebrew text, often called Masoretic for the Masoretes, it is important to realize that these two different Bibles lived side by side throughout a good part of Christian history. Of course, there were times of controversy and times of harmony in the experience of church. Mistakes were made in the practice of the Christian church, and they were a matter for confusion for many people. As with any other questions, there came a time when answers were not sufficient for people who wanted clarity on issues of doctrine and practice. In its early years, the Christian church experienced a great deal of persecution. However, Constantine, the Roman emperor, had converted to Christianity, so he reversed the persecutions of his predecessor Diocletian and issued the Edict of Milan in 313. For the first time in Christian church history, a Roman emperor proclaimed religious tolerance of Christians throughout the empire. The edict stated that Christians must be allowed to worship in the way of their choosing. So this removed penalties for professing Christianity, and it also returned church property. In the same way, all religions were protected, allowing people to worship whatever deity they chose. Also, in this way, Christianity was made essentially the religion of the empire. Christendom has become highly structured, with supreme political authority in the hands of the emperor in early times and the spiritual power in the hands of the Pope. However, The waters have become murky between these two leaders, and emperors were often designated to call church councils. In order to finally see the crisis that split the Bible for Protestants and Catholics, I will need to highlight some of these councils, showing the development of doctrine, essentially which was dependent upon interpretation of the Bible. This would eventually lead to the confrontation between scholars who questioned the church in the 16th century. The First Council of Nicaea in 325, called by Emperor Constantine and the great Pope Sylvester, its primary purpose was to squelch the Arian heresy, which proclaimed that Christ as Son of God did not always exist, but was created by the Father and is inferior to the one who created him. But John 14:28 says, "You have heard me say, I am going away, and I am coming to you. If you loved me, you would rejoice that I am going to the Father, because the Father is greater than I." First Council of Constantinople in 381, again called by the Roman Emperor, but not attended by the Pope, because of the tension between East and West. That council condemned the heresy of Macedonius by defining the consubstantiality of the Holy Spirit with the Father and the Son. And that's exactly what Matthew 28:17-20 is the basis of the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Council of Chalcedon in 451, called again by a Roman emperor, but this time coordinated with Pope Leo the Great, condemned monophysitism, the false teaching that Christ had only one nature. However, again in John's Gospel, the Father and I are one. The Third Council of Constantinople in 680, called again by an emperor, Constantine IV, addressed the growing threat of another heresy, which falsely claimed that Christ only had a divine will, rather than a divine and human will. It denied the harmony of the two wills within the one divine person, which is contradictory to Luke, "Into your hands I commit my spirit." And lastly, the Third Lateran Council, finally called by a pope, Alexander III, undid damage done by all the anti-popes. Victor IV, election of a Roman pontiff must be by 2/3 of the cardinals voting. And it condemned the Albigensian heresy, no belief in one all-encompassing God, but in two, both equal and comparable in status. The God that they worshipped was entirely disincarnate, and that is against Luke and Matthew's infancy narratives. In ensuing years throughout the Middle Ages, the Christian church became, to all appearances, one secular power among many. There was less and less an emphasis on spiritual matters. A major crisis occurred when the papacy of Clement V moved to the French city of Avignon. It was the end of the claim of medieval papacy. In Italy, there was no danger of the papacy becoming a national institution, because there was no Italian nation-state. However, the French popes were French first and popes second. They were willing tools in the hands of a French monarchy. This became problematic when these Avignon popes were gifted fundraisers. They levied taxes to support the Crusades, even though the Crusades were concluded, and they granted dispensations from church law made to profit by it. Now, these popes were men of personal piety, but they were blind to the deep divisions created over church finances. Finally, the Great Western Schism was a disaster for the church. While involved in the election, an armed mob forced them to elect Italian pope. The French cardinals left Rome in protest of a lack of freedom and elected their own pope, who again resided in Avignon. So now we have 2 popes, and that lasted 40 years. Leading up to the Protestant Reformation was much church corruption. Nepotism, the practice of installing members of the Pope's family in high administrative positions, was rampant. Demand for additional money for the papacy led to threats of interdict and excommunication. The lack of piety by the papacy contributed to an appalling lack of piety in the common people. Superstitions were widespread, and sacraments were often treated as forms of magic. Lastly, the multiplication of saints, with each performing a specific function, replaced Jesus the Christ, the one mediator. Gaining merit for good works was the religious practice of the day, and this bank account of good words could be passed down to the point of death in order to guarantee eternal life. Continuing with the corruption, there grew up a system of mass priests who were unproductive and lived in poverty. Clerical lord priests were skimming money off the top and leaving only a pittance for support of these priests. And their love of pomp and luxurious living led to the selling of church offices, and the peddling of indulgences was common. The good work demanded for an indulgence was most often an unjust financial contribution. Here's where we get to the point of division. John Wycliffe was a young and radical reformer who protested against the wealth of the church and against the incessant demands for money. Wycliffe argued that the true church was not the visible organization which was so scandalous in that day. The true church was the invisible community of believers. For these suggestions of reform, Wycliffe's teaching was condemned by another council, and his bones were removed from consecrated ground. There were other reformers before Martin Luther, but I want to jump to the effect of his life on the need for reform and his break-off in order to achieve that. There are some very good DVDs of Luther's life. Originally, Luther saw himself as one who wished to eliminate all the abuses in the church of his time, but he did not see himself as one who would separate from the church. He was educated a German monk, and possessed an ability to articulate the religious longings of the people in Germany. He wanted reform of one church. But when that didn't happen, there was hostile confrontation between Luther and other church leaders. In his day, Luther saw the church as visibly corrupt with an empty bank account. He saw betrayal of the gospel, representing the sickness of church society. For Luther, the attainment of a right relationship with God was something that could only come through faith. He saw Christian living as determined by 3 great alternatives. The content of being Christian is determined by either sacrament and tradition or by Scripture alone. Luther chose sola scriptura. God's grace is either given to us so that we can increase our charitable activity, or God's grace is pure gift and is the only cause of salvation. Luther chose sola gratia. Faith and good words are both causes for salvation. Or human beings are saved by faith alone. Luther chose sola fide. The monk from Germany began to walk a new path, and it was not the path of the Christian church at that time. The conflict between Luther and the Christian church of his day draws together Lecture 1 on Alexandria and the translation of the Hebrew Scriptures into Greek. The exposition of the valuable use of the Septuagint and the fact that the Hebrew text and the Septuagint lived side by side until the Middle Ages is what initiated church councils in order to reflect upon some of the questions raised by belief. Now, what did sola scriptura, only Scripture, mean practically for Luther? Luther could see the early Christian church councils were established to deal with questions of faith. But his disagreement was using the Bible to prove a specific tradition. He was conscious of the fact that he had forged a new movement away from the organized Christian church that had embodied all of Christendom. Luther's interior conflict with the corruption of church authority led to new theological insights. So how was he to reconcile the fact that the authority behind the establishment of the canon of the Christian Bible was done by church councils? Luther chose the only path he saw viable. He rejected the use of the Septuagint because for him it was symbolic of acceptance of church authority. Luther decided that choosing the canon from the Hebrew tradition was more in keeping with his predicament. By doing that, Luther left behind the extra books in the Septuagint, with which he was surely familiar. Henceforth, the Protestant Old Testament has been different than the Catholic Old Testament in number of books. Protestant Bibles have 66 books, 39 in the Old Testament and 27 in the New Testament. The Council of Trent made a final proclamation of the Christian canon from the Septuagint as part of their reaction against Luther, but also to put a stamp on the development of the canon from these councils. Catholic Bibles continued with the tradition that the extra books in the Septuagint were truly inspired. Thus, Catholics have 73 books in their canon, 46 from the Hebrew Bible, plus the extra books from the New Testament that are not of question. Now, the conclusion is utterly simplistic. Make a choice for church authority or make a choice against church authority. Some questions have such answers, but the background embellishes your understanding and stretches your imagination for the what-if questions that are forged with future developments. My experience in using the New Revised Standard Version of the Bible with the Apocrypha has been a step to more enlightenment for me. I was in a class at a Protestant seminary while completing my master's degree. The professor wanted to make a point about some issue in discussion, and so he made reference to the book of Sirach in his lecture, and then turned to the class and said, "Of course Sirach is not an inspired book of the Bible." And then he turned to me, the only Catholic in the class, and he said, "Except for Sister Dorothy." These made me think about the questions still to come in the study of God's Word. Continued use of the New Revised Standard Version will enhance that study. Some scholars have preferred not to go that way and used an updated version of the King James Bible which was first translated in the early 1600s, so that you can see that we have two authentic Bibles side by side, where one has the 7 extra books in Protestantism that are not canon, and the other one does not have the 7 extra books. That's where I will go for the third lecture. Topic 3, Jerusalem Judaism and Diaspora Judaism. In this lecture, I would like to accomplish 2 things. Set the context for the development of Judaism in Jerusalem, as well as the context for the writers of Diaspora Judaism. One of my colleagues always says, context is everything. The central feature of Jerusalem Judaism was, of course, the temple. Solomon had built the first temple in about 950 before the Common Era. But that one was destroyed in the Babylonian exile in 587. Following the return of the Jews from exile by a Persian king, about 532, the temple was again rebuilt. Cyrus, interestingly enough, the king of Persia, who freed the exiles, both encouraged the rebuilding of the temple and provided funds for its reconstruction. The Jews at that time were persistent in maintaining and rebuilding the temple because it had a prominent place in the Jewish literature for Judea. The temple was the symbolic center for all of Judaism until its final destruction in the Common Era of 70. In the time of the Maccabees, topics 10 and 11, a cruel offense against the temple, often called the abomination of desolation, contributed to a revolt. Now that will be 2 of our books, so more on that later. The temple for Palestinian Judaism was obviously the most prominent institution in Judea. Even today, if you have a chance to visit Jerusalem, the Temple Mound left standing and upon which 2 Muslim mosques are built shows how colossal, huge was the structure. Its grandeur and massive size suggested that considerable resources were required for its maintenance. In that day, the temple was the center required for their expression regarding covenant relationship with God. Now, in today's society, temple sacrifice is so foreign that it might be considered obsolete. However, we have to admit to other forms of sacrifice that have been detrimental for full realization of the reign of God. Anytime you add oppression, you consider some things obsolete. As opposed to the large empires that dominated the Middle East at that time, the ones I previously talked about, Assyria, Babylonia, Persia, and Greek, and eventually Rome during the time of Jesus, the temple represented 2 strong beliefs. First, over and over again, God forgives their sins through sacrifice. And secondly, someday we hope for national sovereignty, and some Jews say perhaps even the rebuilding of the temple. But because it has massive Muslim mosques on it, that will be problematic. Now, since most of you are familiar with the Dead Sea Scrolls, I could use the originator of those scrolls, the community at Qumran on the Dead Sea, to explain how the structure upon which their lives were based was modeled after the temple. The rank in the Qumran community was organized according to levels of purity or holiness that was evident in the temple. The cities that defined how close they could come to the Holy of Holies was instituted by their concept of who was in and who was out. For instance, those furthest from the Holy of Holies were the Gentiles, who for practical economic reasons of livelihood often came to Jerusalem. Proceeding from outer to inner, the court of women was the next inner concentric circle, because women at that time were often unclean. Then there was the court of Jewish men, and lastly the court of priests, who were closest to the Holy of Holies, a place in the middle. For the community of Qumran, essentially as for Qumran itself, the laws of purity dominated these distinctions. Who among them were clean, and who among them were unclean? The way to answer that question, you have to go back to the book of Leviticus, chapters 13 and 21. In chapter 13, a lengthy discussion of clean and unclean is expressed by the disease of leprosy, only which can be cleansed or determined by the priest. And leprosy at that time was anything involving the skin. For instance, having a swelling or a spot on the skin, or having a burn on the skin that made raw flesh, or having exposed a fungus on the head after your loss of hair, or lastly, even having clothing that tries to hide a disease spot on the skin. This was their primitive understanding of medicine. It is important to point out that all of these features are not indicative of the disease titled leprosy in the time of Father DMin. Since in biblical times they had no access to modern medicine, any condition on the skin that might have caused temporary itching was leprosy. On the other hand, chapter 21 concerns itself with other ways of defiling the body, thus rendering a person unclean. For instance, touching a dead person, or shaving off the edges of their beards, or not marrying a prostitute or a woman who has been defiled, or having a broken foot or a hand, or being blind, lame, or a hunchback, or a dwarf, or having crushed testicles. Now, a priest doing the following was also unclean: disheveling his hair, or tearing his garments, going outside the sanctuary, going near a dead body, not marrying a woman who is not a virgin, and not marrying a virgin among his own relatives. Now, today, these regulations might be considered extreme. Nevertheless, we have our own ways of separating into clean and unclean, and one would be the clear example of victims of AIDS. Another group to be reckoned with was the Samaritans, who also thought of the sacred temple as their home. Now, the Anchor Bible Dictionary explains as follows: it is problematic how the distinction of the Samaritans from the Jews in different periods is what constituted the basis distinguishing focus, or how much interaction existed between the Samaritans and other sects based on Mosaic Pentateuch. Now, we could fall into the trap of thinking only of the story of the Good Samaritan. So in this issue, we must disassociate ourselves from the New Testament story. The term Samaritan appears in the Old Testament only in 2 Kings 17:29, where it is associated with idolaters. In addition, however, the Samaritans derived their name not from a geographical designation, but rather from the Hebrew term for keeper of the law. According to those called Samaritans, they have insisted that they are direct descendants of the northern Israelite tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh, tribes which ceased to exist because of the destruction of the northern kingdom by the Assyrians. Now, outside sources make it quite possible that a sizable population remained that could identify themselves as Israelites, the term that the Samaritans prefer for themselves. According to Jewish accounts, 2 Kings 17 describes the Samaritans as descendants of colonists brought into the region of Samaria by the Assyrians from other lands they had conquered. So Jews and Judah have argued that Israelite religion of the northern tribes is obviously displayed by these foreign Samaritans. However, an Israelite priest in exile was brought back from Assyria because these people needed to learn about the temple. This long discussion on the place of the temple in the life of Palestinian Judaism must be taken into consideration when reading the literature of the Septuagint. Experience that shaped the Deuterocanonical literature associated with Judaism in Jerusalem and with the temple included the Babylonian exile, the rebuilding of the temple, the freedom of religion under the Ptolemies, the Seleucid domination of Jerusalem, the Maccabean revolt, and finally Roman occupation of Palestine that began in 63 before the time of Jesus. Lastly, the destruction of the temple in 70 after the time of Jesus is not part of this study. So I will do the following. In topic 4, I will discuss the book of Sirach and explain how the grandson of a native Jerusalem named Ben-Sirah, for son of Sirah, translated his grandfather's work for diaspora Jews. But the focus, in part, will still be his grandfather's work based in Jerusalem. In topic 6, I will discuss the book of Tobit, and you will read, "When I lived as a young man in my own country, Israel, the entire tribe of my forefather Naphtali had broken away from the house of David and from Jerusalem. Tobit, the old man speaking, had prided himself in continuing to pilgrimage to the temple to offer his gifts for sacrifice and to make charitable offerings to those in Jerusalem who needed it. So therefore, it has a temple background." In topic 9, 1 Maccabees, and in topic 10, 2 Maccabees, I will uncover the reaction of the destruction of Jerusalem by the Seleucids in 167. In 1 Maccabees, I will discuss the actual revolt, and in 2 Maccabees, I will explain the significance of martyrdom as a result of the revolt of the Seleucids. In topic 8, the book of Daniel, I will uncover the exploits of the hero Daniel, a thoroughly Jewish man who became a hero as a result of earlier escapades not explained in the book. Chapter 13, with its emphasis on the community of Judaism, which is also Deuterocanonical, will be highlighted. And lastly, in topic 11, the book of Judith, I will highlight how a brave and beautiful woman saved her Jewish community from the hands of the Assyrian army when the Jewish community was on the verge of succumbing to the more powerful forces around him. Now we must turn to diaspora Judaism. And it is significant to realize that some of the events described in these books for Judaism in Palestine had little connection to the diaspora Jewish population and to the temple in Jerusalem. That was only a replica of their memory, and it continued to shape their lives because it was a mother temple, but it had little effect on the way they lived in a foreign culture. The temple played a minor role in shaping Judaism in the diaspora. A variety of religious expressions within the Judaism outlined their lives. In a sense, for the Jewish society, the temple was only symbolic. Aspects of traditional Palestinian Judaism were grafted onto their lives in a Hellenistic world, but dominated by Greek ideals. In every study of the writings that emerge out of the Greek culture of diaspora Judaism of the time, it is important to reflect upon the confrontation between Judaism and Hellenism. These are two different ways of life, with two different philosophies. Hellenism is a threat to Judaism. Now, the basic question to consider is, what makes a Jew? And there are 4 elements that make up their way of life. The Jews were called the people of God. Secondly, the Jews had a covenant relationship with God, and this relationship was particular to them as a people. God, as concerned for Gentiles, was not much concern of the Jews, because it was the Jews that were promised salvation, and Paul is going to deal with that in Romans 9-11. Thirdly, the Jews identified with Jerusalem as the center of Judaism. For the Greeks, Jerusalem was a bump on the hill in Palestine, not very important. To Jews, that's where God's house was located. No matter where they lived, their focus was on the place where God dwells, even though they were in a Greek empire. And lastly, Jewish life was regulated by the law. It was God's great gift to them. God saw the law as a guideline for their lives, for the law helped the Jew remain God-centered. All of these elements were opposite for what Hellenism was all about. Go back to Alexander's great dream described in Topic 1. The whole empire would be one to which people belonged. There were no special people. All must have the same vision of empire. So what happened with Hellenism was the building of a cosmopolitan view of the polis, the city, like Alexandria. And the great centers of the world could not be out-of-the-way places like Jerusalem. Of course, Jerusalem only existed on some little temple tax. But taxes for the empire were paid to Rome, to Alexandria, and to Athens. And they guided the living of the polis with Greek philosophy. And it has these elements. There was no place for God-centered living. Life was humanistic. Trust your mind, for it is the greatest invention. Trust your political processes. Have confidence in your economy. In general, the Greeks did not have a use for religion. Of course, they tolerated religions. Nevertheless, religion was not a motivating factor. They could use religion if it helped their philosophy, but forget religion if it didn't help. Now we have direct confrontation. Hellenism, universal, Judaism particular. Hellenism cosmopolitan, Judaism one city. Hellenism urban, Judaism around the temple. Hellenism humanistic, Judaism God-centered. These two ways of life did not mix. Ben Sira sensed that problem. The grandson was feeling the pressure of trying to dialogue. The author of Wisdom never thought dialogue was possible, so he wrote to help Jews retain their identity with no value to Hellenism. He encourages adherence to Torah, strong focus upon Jerusalem, a God-centered life, and allegiance to God's law. I think it might be summarized this way. You have to get by in this world, but you don't have to swallow what motivates it. I find it interesting that Judaism in the diaspora appropriated some aspects of the culture, but transformed others. Its society became attractive to Gentiles. And this was a dynamic that was influential and surprisingly to the Jewish society in the diaspora. The life of Judah's diaspora was in its structure and concentration on the covenant God, which surely would not appeal to non-Jews. It was another subject to study the work of Jewish historian Josephus, especially antiquities, because it records at least 7 instances of conversion to Judaism. But the focus of this lecture needs to be on the culture of Hellenism with those more religious Jews, with give and take for a number of centuries. Judah was vital and strong in the Hellenistic world. According to Harper's commentary, the Hellenistic culture enjoyed strong support from the Jewish citizenry, especially among the members of the Jewish temple priesthood, of the upper class and the wealthy Jews. These Hellenized Jews did not experience outside coercion from the government because they accepted some of the government ideals. However, the majority of the Jewish people who were economically poor depended upon the foundations of the community and did not support the Hellenized Jews. Egypt was beneficiary of diaspora Judaism from the 6th century. Early archaeological evidence for a Jewish community in Alexandria includes tombs that can be carbon dated back to the time of Ptolemy. So in the next lectures, I will deal with 4 Deuterocanonical books, plus the parts of Esther and Daniel found in the Septuagint. These will include the following. In topic 4, I will revisit the grandson of Ben Sira and his grandson's work. In topic 5, I will explain the resistance of the author of the Wisdom of Solomon, who did not think dialogue was possible. In topic 6, I will return to the book of Tobit because its setting is really in Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrian Empire. In topic 7, I will discuss the book of Baruch, often referred to as a prophet because of his connection to Jerusalem. And in topic 8, I will revisit the books of Daniel and Esther, both of whom had Deuterocanonical sections, both of whom were affected by Hellenism. So that's where I will go from chapters 4 to 10, explanation of those books. Topic 4, Sirach, the grandson, translates his grandfather's work. In Lecture 1, I talked about Hebrew translation. I also talked about the Greek translation. In this lecture, I will discuss the book of Sirach, one of the books that emerged as a result of that Jewish community in Alexandria. Throughout the rest of these lectures, I will use the translation from the New Revised Standard, an ecumenical translation that was published in 1991. Other translations might have slightly different numbering, which will be important for Esther, because the NRSV follows the numbering of the Greek. If you peruse a Bible before the newer translations were produced after 1970, this book had a name whose origin was a Greek word, ecclesia, which means the assembly gathered. However, in most Greek manuscripts, the title comes from the author of the book, the wisdom of Jesus, the son of Sirach. In the Latin translation, Jerome dropped the name and called it Ecclesiasticus, meaning the book of the church. So we have actually two names, Sirach and Ecclesiasticus. However, with the emergence of the modern translations we use today, the book is usually titled from the Greek. Now, there is only one clear reason why this change was made. In Sirach 50:27, we read this: "Instruction in understanding and knowledge I have written in this book, Jesus, son of Eleazar, son of Sirach, whose mind poured forth wisdom." The translator, who was most likely in that Jewish community in Alexandria, an educated city, dedicates this Greek translation to his grandfather. Thus, the modern translation followed the lead of the grandson, and the book, however, is only retained in the Greek. This is the only Deuterocanonical text that tells us there was a Hebrew original. Although there's not any conflict of this in the past, it's interesting that fragments of Sirach have been discovered in various places, like the synagogue of Old Cairo and at Qumran and Masada. Scholars are hoping to find these other fragments of Hebrew, and at this point they think they have 2/3 of the Hebrew text. These discoveries have helped to give relatively accurate dates for the two books. The grandfathers in about 180 BCE and the grandson about 132. Now, one might wonder why. If there is a Hebrew text, the rabbis did not include it in the canon. Did they know about the text, or had it been taken to Alexandria before they could rescue it? The Jewish rabbis did not finalize their canon until later, and they followed the convention of the need for a Hebrew text, and they did not have it. When I came to Egypt, it says in the prologue, in the 38th year of the reign of Egyptian king Jorgetus, I stayed for some time, and I found opportunity for no little instruction. So our grandson is in Alexandria, and the city of Alexandria was noted for its illustrious learning centers and its library. The book of Sirach was very popular by the 1st century BC, and there were many translations of it. The Essenes at Masada had a Hebrew copy, and undoubtedly they copied that text in their scripture room. Since a portion of the text has the same style as the writing of the Dead Sea Scroll, it further verifies that the book was popular. It was also popular among common, unschooled Jewish people. The book of Sirach was quoted over 80 times in the Talmud, the compilations of commentary on the Mishnah, a 3rd century compendium of regulations and beliefs by Judaism rabbis. Most of the time, when a quote is used in the Talmud, it begins with the phrase, "It is written," which implies a special status among the biblical writings. Since these texts have become the core of Jewish legal and moral understanding, and thus of all later Judaism thought, it raises the significance of Sirach. And I think that's why that professor said that. However, in rabbinical tradition, apart from the Talmud, Sirach was never given canonical status. Rabbi Akiva, a leading rabbinic teacher of the first century, was extremely influential in the development of the rabbinic tradition. And the vast amount of authorities were from Akiva. Thus, when Akiva spoke against canonization, it was heated. So one of his disciples said Ben Sira was not to defile his hands. In the Christian era, after the time of Jesus, there were conflicting opinions about Sirach as canon. Because he was influenced by Jewish teachers, Jerome never accepted the book as an ecclesiastical book. On the other hand, Augustine, not too much later than Jerome, indicated that all books of the Septuagint were equally authoritative. In order to counteract that, translations were checked against Jerome's Old Testament Latin translations. Now, the last nail in the coffin of Hebrew canonicity was when Martin Luther relegated Sirach to the Apocrypha, those other books, which became acceptable among Protestant circles. So what do we know about the author that might assist in understanding the context of the books? The best sketch is he was a wise man who lived in Jerusalem and fully in the Jewish tradition. He lived after Alexander the Great died in 322. So Israel was ruled by these Ptolemies of Egypt. Descendants of one of the two most influential generals of Alexander, these rulers were firmly committed to Greek living, but did not force it on anyone. Thus they allowed the Jewish people in Jerusalem to practice their religion. In 198, the Seleucids, the other general, overcame the Ptolemies and were on the other side of the spectrum. They extended their boundaries and imposed Hellenism on the subject people under persecution. The book of Sirach shows this tension with Hellenism. Given that historical reality, the author can be called a synthesizer, one who takes Jewish life in the midst of this forced Hellenism. His solution was to identify all wisdom with Torah, thus negating the independence of the Greek movement. And he did this without violence of any kind. Strong connections can be made between Sirach and the book of Proverbs. Both are short, pithy statements from different personalities at different times. Sirach might have been reacting to another book I will talk about, Koheleth, as well as to Job and its negative criticism of standard theology. The many contributors to the book of Proverbs and the writer of Job could have been influenced by Hellenism. But all three books have one common conclusion. In Sirach 2, 1-5, "My child, when you come to serve the Lord, prepare yourself for testing. Set your heart right and be steadfast, and do not be impetuous in time of calamity." So, the book of Sirach has some testing elements in it. According to these authors, the principle of retribution, if you do well, God will reward you, and if you do evil, God will punish you. But it does not always work. There are times when people's experience doesn't seem to match the goodness of the evil separation. All of these struggles with traditional wisdom began to stretch the Israelites beyond their conventional conclusions of do good, do bad, get bad. So what did Sirach accomplish in this writing? One important contribution was to coalesce the three collections of books: law, prophets, wisdom. If you study the cross-references, wisdom is personified as law, and the prophetic texts expand their understanding of how to live. So the methodology of Sirach and the contributor of Proverbs is similar. Young men met with teachers in a scribal school and used these statements of wisdom in order to educate them. Scribes taught the men by repetition, the teacher speaking one thought and the student saying a similar idea. It seems clear from the last chapter of the book of Sirach that the author and his grandson were committed to schooling. The Hebrew author says, "While I was still young, before I went on travels, I surely sought wisdom." So now he's a student. In the end of that section, it says, "I inclined my ear a little and received instruction, and I found for myself much instruction, and I made progress in her to give wisdom." So now he is the teacher. So now in Sirach 50, it says this: "Draw near to me, you who are uneducated, and lodge in this house of instruction." And later, "Put your neck under her yoke, and let your souls receive instruction. See with your own eyes that I have labored and found myself serene." It might be accurate that the grandson in Alexandria translated in order to learn from his grandfather, and he might have even taught young men in a Torah school in Alexandria. The book of Sirach is difficult to analyze because themes change so often. Therefore, I have decided in the remainder of this lecture to give you 10 themes of the 64 that are noted in the New American Bible from chapters 1 to 44. Now, I realize the themes I have chosen are of interest to me, and I hope they might be of interest to you. I could have chosen more. I might not have chosen the ones in which you are interested. Nevertheless, making choice is a matter of personal preference. Therefore, when you read the book and find these 10 themes, you might find another passage that's more interesting for you, and I suggest you go with that. Theme 1. The just suffer and must discover a reason for that suffering. It's obvious from the sayings in the book that the author is emphasizing the trials of the people. What's their purpose? This author concludes that suffering and trials is a test to determine whether one remains faithful to God. And so he says in Sirach 2:5, "For gold is tested in the fire, and those found acceptable in the furnace of humiliation." You can see how this represents purifying aspects of trial. Thus, suffering can be educational, but because it grows out of a person's integrity. Theme 2, faithfulness in marriage, is a theme present in the latter verses of Sirach 23. Sirach changes the table with a little more advice. Unlike Old Testament marriage laws, Sirach mentions the responsibility of the man first. If he sins because he thinks that God is not looking, then he's in error. Only after these verses does Sirach address the responsibility of the woman. And this is a far cry different from the story of the adulterous woman in the Gospel of John. And I've always wondered if the woman thrown before Jesus even committed adultery because there must have been a man. Theme 3. Free will is given prominence in Sirach 15. And in the book of Deuteronomy, we're given choose good or choose evil. So the difference is that God left us free to choose so that it is possible for us to choose evil, which leads to death. And God will not intervene. God will always be merciful. Theme 4. Ben Sira signs his name in the work. Now, the Greeks had a practice of signing all their literary works, but very few of the books in the Bible are named for the person who wrote the text. So it was the role of his grandson to realize the significance of that signing. By doing that, the grandson saw the value of his grandfather's works and thought of him as an ancestor to be revered. Theme 5. Men and women are given equal access to God. They learn how to love God because they have reached out to others in their role as parent. In Sirach 4:10, the man is encouraged to father orphans, even to the point of showing the child that he can be a husband to the orphan's mother. In this way, the orphan learns about the uncompromising love of God. Now, because pagan idols constantly usurped the lives of the Israelites, Sirach wants to show how very precious God is and how very preciously God acts. Theme 6. We often think we have so much wisdom in regard to the human body. I find it interesting that Sirach gives high esteem to those in the medical profession. In Sirach 38:18, we are told that the gift of healing comes from the Most High, and that physicians make better decisions if they are attuned to God's action. We are also made aware of the fact that in Sirach's time, there was confidence in medicines coming from natural plants, and we think we have it all. Theme 7 and 8. The topic of almsgiving is important to Sirach's Jewish community. The initial emphasis is on offering animal sacrifices because the grandfather was in Jerusalem. But how they can be worthless is not offered to the God of the covenant. These people are called ungodly. However, Sirach 35 stresses the sacrifice of the righteous that are bringing their first fruits to offer in the temple. In addition, they are not to be glum when giving and make their sacrifice with a cheerful face. In the Jewish community today, the idea of almsgiving is very important because it shows that all in the community have a responsibility to others. Theme 9. Even though I don't agree with the way that all of Sirach says regarding grieving, I think it's important to note that men can be stronger if they know how to grieve. In Sirach 38:17, they are encouraged to weep fervently and with bitterness because death stings. However, in a passage not too much later, they say, you should only grieve for 2 days. But Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, in her famous book on grieving, says that there are 5 stages of grieving, and how can you do that in 2 days? I find this attitude of encouragement hopeful. But I do not think that 2 days is enough. Lastly, theme 10. The only unified entity in the book of Sirach is his praise for the ancestors in Sirach 44-49. Sirach saw ancestors as wisdom figures, and we can learn a great deal from emulating their wise living. You might want to investigate the ancestors mentioned and those left out. It could generate a great discussion in a Bible group. And you might identify with one of the ancestors and not with another. Now, one might expect that Moses would be mentioned, but it's interesting that his successor Joshua is also highlighted. Joshua is so much less than Moses in the story of Exodus, and even his anointing to take the people into the promised land. However, Joshua is never given acclamation like Moses is given in Deuteronomy 34. Now, since this last theme that I chose covers 5 chapters, I would draw your attention to the reverence given to Moses. Never since has there arisen a prophet in Israel like Moses, when the Lord knew him face to face. He was unequaled for all the signs and wonders that the Lord sent him to perform in the land of Egypt, against Pharaoh and all his servants and his entire land, and for his mighty deeds. And at the end, it talks about his age and his promise of God. Now, Sirach accomplishes a great deal in this book, and I have tried to get the most important thread in the connection of ancestors. He has chosen never to revere the word and revere the tradition. Now, tradition and the word are very important in our Catholic experience. So you could say, what better way to be Catholic? Topic 5, the Wisdom of Solomon. This book, often called the Book of Wisdom, is the last of the wisdom books. The best guess is that it was written about 50 before the time of Jesus. Some push it earlier because it quotes the Septuagint, but it could not be earlier than 250 because the date of the Septuagint is around that time. And some push it as late as the 50th year after the time of Jesus. Now, whatever the date, it's obvious that persecution of Jews was taking place at the time. Notice all the times the book reflects persecution. And here are a couple of samples. For when in their suffering they became incensed at those creatures that they had thought to be gods, being punished by means of them, they saw and recognized as the true God, the one whom they before refused to know. Therefore, the utmost condemnation came upon them. And that's in Wisdom 12:27. And in Wisdom 19, having first received them with festal celebrations, afterwards afflicted with terrible sufferings those who had already shared the same gifts. Now, perhaps it's not a physical persecution, but it's definitely a threat from the Hellenistic culture, which could be like a persecution. This is not only the last book, but the final Old Testament book with that theme. Even though the book is called The Wisdom of Solomon, the author is definitely not Solomon, because he was in 950 at the building of the first temple. So it appears that if Solomon is speaking, the book was written at that time. But this book is thoroughly Greek. You can tell by its structure and vocabulary. Now, I'm assuming that most of you can't read Greek, so you'll have to trust my scholars. Even Augustine and Jerome admitted that it was not written by Solomon. The author of this book is from Alexandria, one of the largest cities on the Mediterranean area. Because the city is near where the Nile Delta meets the Mediterranean Sea, it's a big shipping port. In addition, it was a large university-type population, like the University of Michigan. Thus, the Jewish population was very learned and was definitely influenced by the Greek culture. So you might want to revisit topic 1 for Alexandria. However, the purpose of this book is clear: to strengthen Jews who are experiencing the threat of Hellenism. Now, this is evident when the author introduces the cardinal virtues in Wisdom 8:7. If anyone loves righteousness, her labors are virtues. For she teaches self-control and prudence, justice and courage. Nothing is life is more profitable than these. So cardinal virtues of righteousness, self-control, prudence, justice, and courage. This verse reflects the meaning and purpose of the Scriptures to assist the community in how to live with fullness of life. The Wisdom of Solomon has a strong emphasis on Israel's salvation history. In this way, the author of the book is very much like the author of Sirach. Both have deep personal knowledge of the Hebrew Scriptures. Both assume that their audiences know the Scriptures. Both expect their audiences to have a familiarity with Hebrew concepts like covenant, mercy, justice, and fidelity. The author of this book, however, is a source for genuine wisdom. Why? Wisdom promises life. I think that's why this book is found proclaimed so frequently in the lectionary. It is used on 9 Sundays in the 3 cycles, twice in the weekly cycle, and strongly suggested for funerals. The Wisdom of Solomon has an intricate and complex organization. Its detailed outline is extremely Greek. This assisted the Jewish people to see it as speaking to them in the midst of a culture in which they lived. It's balanced and harmonious. The wisdom teacher wrote to help people master their life. He praised wisdom, described the search for wisdom, and indirectly presented the dangers and corruptions of Hellenism. And these lessons are always helpful, even today. In order to capture the mood of the entire book, I suggest you read carefully the 2 themes that set it out. First of all, justice is the key to life. And secondly, the wicked reject both justice and immortality. There is an ardent appeal to you judges of the earth, which mirrors the first phrase of Psalm 2:10. They are to seek righteousness, which is holiness, for it is eternal. The tone of this book is separated by its poetic style, mostly reminding the audience of ethical demands of life. Now notice the characteristic technique of the writer. It is disciplined because it has a strict format. In most cases, each complete clause gives a direct parallel, said to be synonymous, or an opposite, said to be antithetical. So, if you have time at this point to follow your Bible, and if you don't, to do it later. Here's Wisdom 1, verse 4. Wisdom will not enter a deceitful soul or dwell in a body enslaved to sin. Now, even hearing this, I think you can understand that enter and dwell are similar words, and deceitful and enslaved are opposite words. So that is synonymous. Here is one on the opposite pole. Look at Wisdom 2:15. Let our might be our law of right, for what is weak proves itself to be useless. So again, might and weak are opposite, right and useless are negative, and that's antithetical. Now, they use that kind of writing because in the schools, the wisdom teacher would give a phrase and expect the students to repeat something even like it or against it. A second component common to most Hebrew poetry is its use of figurative language. In Wisdom, chapter 1, verse 3, you could substitute God in place of his power, which is another way to say God. You can easily say when God is tested, but the writer has varied the language in order to make the point clear. Now, these are elementary ways of reading the Wisdom of Solomon with this in mind. The final verse of this opening exhortation makes clear the orientation of all the parts of the book. Moral integrity and righteousness are not mythical matters limited only to this life. Rather, they primarily concern future life. Never does the wisdom of Solomon isolate human destiny from God's creation. According to Wisdom 1:13, we know that God did not make death. Therefore, God does not delight in the death of the living. God's care to maintain the varieties of living species offers an insight into the loving nature of God. Abruptly, the scene changes from the righteous in Wisdom 1:15 to a group of evildoers. Rather than describing their conduct, the author allows these opponents of God to describe their own deeds and their own motives. The first-person narrative conveys their arrogant cynicism, in which evil will color their knowledge of God. Now, according to Harper's Bible Commentary, this cynical description is a stereotypical concept of Greek philosophy. In this convention, the soul is made of subtle matter, an extremely simplistic picture of the human person. However, it captures perfectly the feelings of despair in much of Hellenism, philosophy contemporary with the author. Human life appears, I quote, short and painful. And sadly speaking, I quote, our end is irreversible. Now, those who hold this foolish view of life pour out a violent tirade that extends for exactly twice as many lines as were devoted to describing the miserable state. For them, life has only two goals: to seek pleasure and to prove that their conduct is that might makes right. This diatribe is a living portrayal of the contrast between high moral standards of Jewish society and the perceived corruption of Hellenistic pessimism. The contrast is as implicit exaltation of the moral superior of God's chosen people. Now, I like to look at the outline in this way. Chapter 1 to 10 praises wisdom, and chapters 11 to 19, whose focus is the fidelity of God on the people through the crisis. This almost seems like two different authors, or one author at two different times. On the one hand, chapter 1 to 10 could be when the author is at the height of his life, being guided by the most influential wisdom in Alexandria. It's as if this theoretical, abstract, and absolutely brilliant teacher could lecture to Greeks in the city. On the other hand, chapters 11 to 19 could be when the author is Professor Emeritus, losing some of his focus. This author, when invited to speak, summarizes his idea by wandering all over the place, as if the lecture is a little senile. There are some good things, but they don't hold together. Now let me speak about each section, discussing its themes. For the first section, wisdom 1 to 6 is most important. It's beyond anything encountered in other places in the Bible. For the first time, it introduces a topic that every Christian wants to hear. Wisdom living is one of immortality. Earlier wisdom writers share a belief in Sheol, where the dead are neither rewarded or punished. They're away from God. It's a never land, totally separated from God, and so they can only live on in their children. And for the first time, an author speaks of immortality clearly and unequivocally. However, this is resurrection of the body. No language references in that concept come up except in this book. I was speaking with a Jewish person in the library in a synagogue, and I said, "What is the Jewish concept of afterlife?" And she said to me, "We don't worry about it. We just live in this life." But this passage, so famous, is used at funerals. The souls of the righteous are in the hand of God, and no torment will ever touch them. In the eyes of the foolish, they seem to have died, and their departure thought to be a disaster, and their coming to be their destruction. But they are at peace. It is clear as the book progresses that immortality begins with the search for justice. Wisdom provides a right relationship to God. Love of justice is the fruit of wisdom, so that Wisdom 1:15 says it best, justice is undying. Now, the author presents an interesting argument, and I could put it in question and answer form, like the Baltimore Catechism for those who remember learning before Vatican II. Question 1, what has God done? Answer, God has created us. Question 2, why? Answer, to be in relationship with God through the covenant. The covenant gives life, which resonates with Deuteronomy 30, which I used in the past. I have set before you today life and prosperity, death and adversity. And if you obey the commandments of the Lord I am commanding you, you shall live and become numerous in the land. Like Deuteronomy, this author undoubtedly is thinking, I can choose covenant or I can choose sin. I can choose life or I can choose death. The options are clear. Accept this covenant God gives because God has made us for covenant relationship. If God doesn't want covenant to end, then God will provide continued relationship with eternal life. This is our opportunity for an ongoing relationship with God. There is an unambiguous emphasis on the wicked in this book by referring to the devil in the way we think. In Wisdom 2:24, through the devil's envy, death entered the world, and those who belong to his company experience it. This makes it possible to visualize an argument. Even though wickedness is in the world, the author is content to let God handle the details. There is no explanation given for what life after death will be like. There is only one affirmation, that life after death will exist. Now, a problem must be encountered, which is created by this argument. A new vantage point is given, and it remains to be true that the entire argument in the entire tradition must be rethought. It is not necessarily do good, get good, do bad, get bad. It can be compared to Christian living, having resurrection as your vantage point. Resurrection changes our perspective in the way that eternal life changes the wisdom tradition. There is obviously a new question of wisdom. Why isn't a person punished on this earth? From Wisdom 3 until the end, the author discusses this retribution. Do good, do bad, get bad, which doesn't always work. There are new ideas presented in the light of immortality, with a special emphasis on the meaning of suffering. So we have the Job problem again. The author rethinks the meaning of suffering separate from sin with two practical instances, and these are very important. What is the cause of childlessness? In Wisdom 3:13, the author says, "Blessed is the barren woman who is undefiled, who has not entered into a sinful union. She will have fruit when God examines souls." And as you see, the women in that society whose only role is to bear children is redeemed here. The entire wisdom tradition was built upon a long life being in good relationship with God. So here's another point. Early death was a form of punishment. Now, this does not take into consideration accidents, disease, natural disaster. So here's what the author says. In Wisdom 4:7-9, the righteous, though they die early, will be at rest. For old age is not honored for length of time or measured by number of years, but understanding is gray hair for anyone, and a blameless life is rich in old age. I have white hair, so I like that passage. In Job's universe, these die because they are being punished for life. In this author's thinking, there might be a different way to think about death that's unexpected. The author sees Jews not living Judaism because they have taken Ecclesiastes seriously. Death is the end, so let's live it up. It's as if this author, who's in the Jewish canon, says, if you get a phone call from God, the correct number is to live the covenant. He's very aware of Greek philosophy. The author reflects upon the nature of wisdom within the concept of the duality of body, which is a Greek concept. The Greeks want to know the characteristic and the attributes of God, but the Hebrews know God by what God does. So Solomon asks for an understanding heart, and there's no one who would disagree with that. I will finish this lecture with a few thoughts on the second section, who is the professor emeritus, Wisdom 11 to 19. This professor emeritus gives a homily the way a senile wisdom teacher would give one. Now, you've probably heard that kind in your parishes. The preacher gives a good thought and then veers off with, "I remember I presented it in a class once." So he digresses with an expository of God's power and mercy. It's a commentary on idolatry, which has a few reflections on Exodus. Now, I think of him saying on the spur, "What about those serpents and plagues? The Jews who grew up in Egypt must now think of the people among whom they live. They're Egyptians. So when these Jews tell their story, they are vilifying their national heritage." Here the author saying, is God at work in Egypt now? Which God? At whose expense? Remember that God worked in the past and God will do it again. Of course, this argument necessitates the audience's understanding of the Exodus story. Sometimes the details are wild. In return for their foolishness and wisdom thoughts, which led them astray to worship irrational serpents and worthless animals, you sent upon them a multitude of irrational creatures to punish them. 5 times the author shows how things are good for Jews and bad for Egyptians. Water from the rock, as opposed to the Nile turning to blood. Quail in the desert, as opposed to the plague of little animals. Manna in the desert instead of rain. Pillar of fire, as opposed to the plague of darkness. And so I think you can see how Exodus comes in. In summary, the author's wisdom hinges on the concept of immortality, a promise no other writer gave. He spoke in a particular historical period about the Jewish people and emphasized their undying commitment to God. Even if they live in a society that tempts them otherwise, God will always live the covenant promises. So the author is saying, get with it. Don't spoil it for everyone else. Don't let attractions to Hellenistic culture ruin you. Topic 6, the Book of Tobit. I have met so many people who have no idea what is in the Book of Tobit. Each time it happens, I tell them that they're missing one of the most delightful books of the entire Bible. Hebrew books as those added from the Greek Old Testament. Like the story of Jonah, the Book of Tobit is in the style of what we call didactic fiction. It's a story which is probably not authentic, historical, but it teaches a religious lesson about God and humanity. So this particular book is like a classic fairy tale which has 8 basic elements. First, the primary character is a folk tale, is a young man, one who will be at the hero at the end of the story. Second, that young man leaves on a journey, usually for a practical reason, but with the side issue of discovering his unique self. This second element could be compared to the weekend gatherings for teens, which often take place in our U.S. society. Third, our to-be hero has a supernatural guide, even though he doesn't know that the escort is otherworldly. Fourth, on the journey, the young man encounters a monster, something he realizes he cannot control. He needs the help of the guide in order to make a good decision about this creature of gargantuan proportions. Fifth, the young man struggles to survive the onslaught of the monster, but prevails, showing his strength. Sixth, He continues on his journey, knowing that he has accomplished a great feat, but also aware that he could not have realized it without his guide. Seventh, he meets a beautiful young maiden who is engaged by a demon, and he must use the skills he learned with his own monster to rescue the young maiden. So he defeats the monster, which has embraced the young woman, and lastly, he marries the maiden and lives happily ever after. That's what a basic folktale would be like. So the curtain closes, and you know that the young man has accomplished what he set out to do. So now let me paint the parallel to the character in the book of Job. We first learn as a prelude that this young hero, Tobiah, has a father named Tobit. Tobit is now old, but had once been on his own quest for youth. So we read in Tobit 1:4, "When I lived as a younger man in my own country, Israel, the entire tribe of my forefather Naphtali had broken away from the house of David and from Jerusalem." Although this book does not propose to be historical, the introduction gives the setting of a story based in a specific time period. Tobit lived in the northern kingdom, called Israel, the place of the 10 tribes, who broke from the tribe of Judah and established their own government and king. Now, this happened after the death of Solomon and the reign of his son Rehoboam. The northern kingdom was always under the threat from the Assyrian Empire. And after approximately 200 years, the Assyrian army came into Israel, capturing its cities and establishing its rule over Israel. As a result, many in the northern kingdom were exiled to Nineveh, and this was Tobit and his family. Now, Tobit was noted as a charitable man who cared for his kinsfolk in Nineveh. He walked the path of righteousness and justice, and often went to Jerusalem, a practice prescribed for all Israelite males. The just Tobit was given status with Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria, at Nineveh, and became his purchasing agent. Now, he often went to Media to buy goods for the king. This position granted him great wealth, and he often deposited it with his relative Gabael, who lived in Media. Trouble brewed for Tobit, for when Sennacherib described to go on a killing rampage, Tobit buried the Israelite dead. Because of this, he had to go into hiding and couldn't come out until Sennacherib was dead and another king reigned. During that time, the roads became more unsafe, and Tobit could no longer go to Media. So the biblical story gives additional information about Tobit, but only one fact remains important before we can meet our young hero, Tobiah. One night, Tobit was sleeping outside because it was hot. He lay under a tree, and unbeknownst to him, birds came and droppings settled in his eyes. This caused blindness, and Tobit could no longer do his charitable work, and he couldn't provide for his family. And so he prays for death, saying, "It's better for me to die than to endure so much misery." Now, at this point, the storyteller shifts the scene to Ecbatana in Media, where we meet the tragic young maiden Sarah. She has been married 7 times, and each time her new husband dies before they're able to have intercourse. This caused Sarah a great deal of grief, because a woman at that time had status only when she could bear a son for her husband. The story writer notes that Sarah was under the curse of Adnos Diaz, a wicked demon. She was being maligned by other maidens because of the spell, saying that she would never fulfill her duty as a wife. Thus, it was the same time as Tobit's prayer for death that Sarah's praying for the same. She says, "And now, O Lord, to you I return my face and raise my eyes. Bid me to depart from the earth, never again to hear such insults." That's Tobit 3:12. Both prayers will be heard through the intercession of the angel Raphael, who was sent by God to heal them. This is the introduction that sets the stage for Tobit's son, who is Tobiah, to request of his father that he go on a journey. In chapter 4, Tobit prayed for death. He called his son Tobiah and gives him a farewell address, sort of a last will and testament, and he speaks to him about living for the God of the covenant alone, being generous with his money, marrying a good wife, paying decent wages to his worker, seeking counsel from wise men, and lastly, giving he and his wife proper burial. Then he tells Tobiah about the money he is to secure from Gabael. This would allow him to live as a rich man all of his life. Tobiah prepares for the journey and seeks a guide to help him. So he goes outside and finds this man named Raphael, disguised, and he's looking for work. And Raphael poses as an Israelite, a kinsman of Tobit. He asks the man, angel, if he knows the way to Media, and is told he not only knows the way, but that he stayed with Gabael when he went to Media on his many journeys. What he's doing is testing Tobit to see if he's a trustworthy man to guide his son. Of course, Raphael passed the test. Tobiah and Raphael traveled about one day's journey, and Tobiah was tired and wished to wash his feet in the Tigris River. Suddenly, a big fish leapt out of the water and tried to swallow the foot of Tobiah. He's frightened and calls out to Raphael, who says, "Catch hold of the fish and hang on to it." So the young man grasped the fish and drew it up on the land. Then the angel said to him, "Cut open the fish and take out its gall, heart, and liver. Keep them with you, but throw away the intestines, for its gall, heart, and liver are useful as medicine." So after cutting open the fish, the young man gathered together the gall, the heart, and the liver. And that's in chapter 6, verse 4-6. Tobiah did as Raphael said, and they continued their journey. When Tobiah asked the angel the value of the gall, heart, and liver, Raphael answers this way: "As for the fish's heart and liver, you must burn them to make a smoke in the presence of a man or woman afflicted by a demon or evil spirit. And every affliction will flee away and not remain with the person any longer. And as for the gall, anoint a person's eyes, wear white films. And as for the gall, anoint a person's eyes where one film appeared on them. Then blow on them upon the white films, and the eyes will be healed." So the boy needed the gall for the eyes of his father, but had no idea for what he would use the heart and liver. He was soon to find this out. Raphael told Tobiah about Sarah, the daughter of Raguel, and said he was to marry her or it would be a capital crime, according to the book of Moses. Tobiah objected because he knew of the 7 men that Sarah had married and how they all died in the bridal chamber. It was then that Raphael told him how to use the heart and liver to cast the demon out of Sarah. Now, Raguel was pleased because Sarah would now be the wife of his closest kin, and said, "It has been decreed from heaven that she should be given to you. Take your kinswoman. From now on you are to be brother and sister. She is given to you from today and forever. May the Lord of heaven, my child, guide and prosper you both this night, and grant you mercy and peace." Tobiah took the wife Sarah and cured her of the demon. After a considerable amount of time for celebration, Tobiah secures the money from Gabael and returns to his father. When he arrives, he smears the gall of the fish on the father's eyes, and the cataracts are peeled away. Then Tobiah introduces Sarah to Tobit and his wife Anna, and they celebrate the marriage made in heaven. A touching scene is Raphael revealing his identity to Tobit and Tobiah. He says this, "I am Raphael, one of the 7 angels who stand ready and enter before the glory of the Lord." The 2 men fall on their faces in fear, but Raphael explains to Tobit how God had healed both Sarah, his daughter-in-law, and himself with parts of the fish. He also tells them that he had not been eating anything, and that what they saw him eating was a vision from God. So he will leave their presence with this verse. "So now get up from the ground and acknowledge God, and see I am ascending to him who sent me. Write down all these things that have happened to you." And then he ascended. As I suggested earlier, this story is didactic fiction, so it makes a wonderful bedtime story for children. It has all the elements of the style of a folk tale and can be read in scenes over a number of days. Some say that the story prepares for the ministry of Jesus, who used parables to teach religious truth. Therefore, it's time to investigate the deeper truth that can assist the people with their faith perspective when divorced from Jerusalem and living in the diaspora. In a sense, a paradigm for this story is told in the Torah, specifically the story of Joseph, the son of Jacob, in the book of Genesis. Like Tobit, who makes regular pilgrimages to Jerusalem, implying that he felt divorced from his family, Joseph was abandoned by his family. Like Joseph, Tobit grew up in a foreign court and came to power. Like Joseph, who interacts with Gentiles on a regular basis, Tobit, mired in the thick of the diaspora, has to interact with Gentiles. Therefore, the story of Tobit, a Deuterocanonical book preserved for the Jewish people only in the Septuagint, has its roots in Torah, the most revered section of the Bible in the Jewish tradition. In addition, the connection to the Gentiles prepares Christians for the Acts of the Apostles and the letters of Paul. A theme that cannot be ignored relates to the prayer that Raguel says about the marriage of Tobiah and Sarah. It was a marriage made in heaven. It is often used in Christian marriages as a first reading. It is one of the rare places in the Bible where Adam and Eve are mentioned. Tobiah and Sarah are archetypes of the marriage of the symbolic Adam and Eve and the ideal marriage of two persons in the Garden of Eden. The two stories of creation give different reasons for marriage. In Genesis 1:28, the reason for marriage is to be fruitful and multiply. Now, this reason for marriage is one that is put forth as the primary reason for marriage. However, in Genesis 2:24, the reason for marriage is that a man leaves his father and his mother and clings to his wife, and they become one flesh. This reason for marriage, unfortunately, is often considered a secondary reason, but it smooths the pain of the couples who live without children because they can exalt in their love relationship for each other. The prayer of Sarah, recorded in Tobit 8:6-7, emphasizes both reasons in a wonderful way. It reads as follows: "You made Adam, and for him you made his wife Eve as a helper and support. From the two of them the human race has sprung. You said, 'It is not good for the man to be alone. Let us make a helper for him like himself.' I now am taking this kinswoman of mine, not because of lust, but with sincerity. Grant that she and I may find peace, and that we grow old together." This is also a great story for ordinary family life. It's the only book in the entire Bible that enhances mothers, fathers, and children, and even the family dog. Tobit and his son have an ideal father-son relationship, and the farewell address to Tobit and Tobiah is extremely touching and somewhat tearful. Raphael the angel, a long-lost relative of Tobit, has a relationship with the teenage Tobiah and guides him to safety. In addition, the family dog is a pet, which is uncharacteristic of dogs in the Old Testament. Psalm 22:17 gives a snapshot of the function of dogs when it says, "Dogs are all around me. A company of evildoers encircle me." This picture of dogs is derogatory and basically frightening. On the other hand, the dog in the book of Tobit is definitely a pet. We read that the dog came out with him and went along with them as they journeyed along. And when Tobiah is traveling back to cure his father, the dog went along with them. All of these reasons make this story delightful for children, almost like Dick and Jane with their dog Spot. In addition, the story consoles diaspora Jews who depend upon family strength to guide their faith in a situation with no temple. Thirdly, there are 3 kinds of prayer: for death, for breaking spells, and for blessing. The first 2, for death and for breaking spells, indicate how much suffering the diaspora Jews are going through while living under foreign rule. They feel like death warmed over, thinking that God has cast a spell upon them. On the other hand, these people of Israel are grateful that God continues to bless them and care for them. The blessings are a way of thanking God for all good gifts. It reminds me of the tradition of the Haitian people living in utter poverty and burying their dead while singing and dancing for God's favor upon them. This magnifies the mystery of the relationship between life and death. This reality is symbolized in Tobit at the time of Raphael's revelation of being a messenger from God. He tells Tobit and Tobiah not to fear, and then he ascends before their eyes. Now, I suggested earlier that this is a bedtime story for children. However, it also contains a challenge for adults that cannot be omitted. It comes in the early part of the story, when Tobiah soothes his feet in the river Tigris. He cries out to Raphael and is told, "Catch hold of the fish and hang on to it." This message for adults suggests that they embrace the darkness of their lives in difficult times. They are asked, "Do not let go, even if there needs to be a great fight." This reminds me of the story in Genesis of Jacob's fight with a man at the river Jabbok. Jacob is facing the terror of mating with his brother Esau after years of separation and anger. He is frightened. The river Jabbok represents the darkness inside, and he's about to change as this will be demanded for him. The man saw that he was not prevailing against Jacob, and so says, "Let me go, for the day is breaking." Jacob responds in a brave way, "I will not let you go unless you bless me," which is Genesis 32:26. Again, connecting to Tobit. I think this is a good way for this lecture by reminding adults that the stories of Scripture are meant to be a way to recognize blessings in the midst of darkness over the consequences of life. Therefore, like Jacob, this story challenges adults of all ages to hang on and not let go until God blesses you. Topic 7. Baruch, book attributed to the secretary of Jeremiah. Baruch is an unusual book of scattered thoughts. It could be divided into 5 parts, which I will explain later. First, let me give a setting. After Cyrus released the exiles from Babylon to go back to Jerusalem, only some of them went back. We do not know how many, but those who returned probably had some connection to Jerusalem from earlier years, so it made them likely to return. It had been approximately 50 years since they were exiled, and they probably followed the advice of Jeremiah to build houses and live in them, plant gardens and eat what they produce, take wives and have sons and daughters, take wives for your sons and give your daughters to marriage, that they may bear sons and daughters. Multiply there and do not decrease, but seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you into exile, and pray to the Lord on its behalf, for in its welfare you will find your welfare. So you see, with wives take sons and daughters, that we're looking at a longer time. Now, this is practical advice. A way of summarizing it would be, make your lives in Babylon and do not look back. The people who heeded the advice of Jeremiah might very well have been well settled in Babylon, and to return to Jerusalem would be fruitless for their families. This entrenchment in Babylon is shown as a command from God through Jeremiah, where in Baruch chapter 1, 3, and 4, Jeremiah's secretary is reading a scroll to Jeconiah, son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and to all the people who came to hear the book. Jeconiah is another name for Jehoiachin, who was sent off into exile with the first wave in 597 BCE. On the other hand, the people who did return to Jerusalem had a vested interest in going back to their homeland. They might have had family or friends among the poorer people who were left to fend for themselves in a ruined city. They might have remembered the glory days of Jerusalem, and in their heart of hearts could not see Jerusalem continue in ruins. I am sure they were determined to rebuild the temple. Ezra 1, verse 3, pictures these returnees when he says, "Any of those among you who are of his people, may their God be with them, are now permitted to go up to Jerusalem in Judah and rebuild the house of the Lord, the God of Israel. He is the God who is in Jerusalem." Given that, the book of Baruch could not be historical because it errs in its data from the beginning. It names Nebuchadnezzar as the second king of Babylon, which is correct. He is king when the Babylonians make siege on the city of Jerusalem and burn the temple, which happens in 587 BCE. The error exists when the author continues by asserting that Belshazzar is the son of Nebuchadnezzar. However, Belshazzar was the last king of Israel, about 539 BCE. Given that discrepancy, the author connects this work to Jeremiah 29 by naming the book Baruch after his famous secretary. It was generally a convention with biblical literature to name written books after a revered figure in their history. So this is the case with Baruch, a book written specifically for the exiles in Babylon. The author shows the secretary reading from the scroll containing the letter of Jeremiah 29. Besides the very practical advice above to, quote, build houses, the scroll expresses concern for temple worship by seeking a collection that will be sent to the high priest in Jerusalem. This offering seems not to be a gift, but one that would buy necessary vessels, since Nebuchadnezzar had taken all the vessels from the temple. Given that, here are 5 disconnected parts of literature, each in a different style, beginning with this so-called history discussed in this first part. So a transition flows into the second section, Baruch 1:15 to 3:8, with a call to confession because of continuing the penchant for idol worship on the days of festivals. These celebrations exalted the pagan gods, as described in Baruch 6:4-7. Now in Babylon you will see gods made of silver and gold and wood, which people carry on their shoulders, and which cause the heathen to fear. So beware of becoming at all like foreigners, or of letting fear for these gods possess you when you see the multitude before and behind them worshiping them. But say in your heart, "It is you, O Lord, whom we must worship. My angel is with you, and he is watching over your lives." Among some elements of the prayer were gross descriptions of the degradation in which they participated, including cannibalism of children. The writer acknowledges that God is right for punishing them because of their participation in these unworthy actions. A shift from confession in the prayer begins in Baruch chapter 2, verse 16, when the one who prays appeals to God's honor because he is and has always been with them, even though they ignored this reality. Mentioned is the reality of Hades, the netherworld, where the dead reside forever. It's too late for them. Because they cannot ascribe glory and justice to the Lord, Those who express deep grief, bowing in humility and feebleness, will, quote, declare your glory and righteousness, O Lord. The certainty of resurrection from the dead does not begin to make its appearance until the time of Daniel and 2 Maccabees. Daniel 12, verse 2 and 3 acknowledges a greater promise. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And it goes on to say, those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky. So this second section concludes with a plea for mercy, somewhat repeating the theme above, but it seems with more sincerity. Part 3, Baruch 3:9-4:4, acknowledges God as the source of the Torah, just as Sirach had done. Cleverly including the Torah, Baruch insists that the Israelites, even though they are in exile, pray for the grace to do God's will. Since the time of Ezra, who taught the people from the Torah scroll, the law has proclaimed the importance of commandments for their lives. In Baruch 3:9, the writer uses the important word hear. In Hebrew, this harkens back to the Shema, their most sacred of prayers, found in Deuteronomy 6, 4-7. And it goes like this: Hear, O Lord, the Lord is your God, the Lord alone. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and all your might. And it goes on to talk about keep it with your children, talk about it at home, bind them on your hand, and put them on the doorpost of your gates, which is what they do when they pray and move into a new house. This connection to Torah reintroduces the style of wisdom literature, much of which personifies God as Lady Wisdom. In Baruch 3:15, we hear, Who has found her place, and who has entered her storehouses? And Baruch 3:28 shows how wisdom is given to right living. They perished because they had no wisdom. They perished through their folly. The value of wisdom is clear in Baruch 3:14. Learn where there is wisdom, where there is strength, where there is understanding, so that you may at the same time discern where there are length of days. Even though they are in exile, Lady Wisdom is to lead them, and not their Gentile comrades in Babylon. In Baruch 4:3, we hear, Do not give your glory to another, or your advantages to an alien people. Does this mean that all the people of Babylon are wicked? Of course not. It's more of a reminder to the Israelites and not to the citizens of Babylon that they have a special relationship with the God of the covenant, and they're not to forget it. Emphasizing a specific point by carrying that point to its negative is used often in wisdom literature. To sum up, Baruch 3:9-4:4, we can safely say that the writer declares that unless the Israelites cling to wisdom and walk in her light, they will continue to err. Turning to the next section, 4:5-5:9, I would like to highlight some interesting images. In this section, there is continued personification. However, that characterization relates more to Jerusalem than Lady Wisdom. This is clear in Baruch 4:9, when the text reads, Listen, you neighbors of Zion, and Zion is Jerusalem. God has brought great sorrow upon me, and it's in the first person as if it were Jerusalem speaking. The similarity to Lamentations is obvious. It is curious that this book, as well, is often connected to Jeremiah, though at an earlier time than Baruch. There, too, the city is crying out because she is lonely. Lamentations 1:2 reads it as if a woman is crying out. She weeps bitterly in the night, with tears on her cheeks. Among all her lovers, she has no one to comfort her. A little later, this author also addresses Jerusalem, again as Zion. According to the Anchor Bible Dictionary, Zion is an ancient name for various parts of Jerusalem, of Judah and all the land, and also a metaphor for the people of God. A second similarity is the metaphor of the widow in both Baruch and Lamentations. In Baruch 4:12, as in Lamentations 1:1, Jerusalem is a widow. Baruch, let no one rejoice over me, a widow bereaved of many. Lamentations, how lonely sits the city that once was full of people, how like a widow she has become. In that society, the widow was marginalized. She could marry again, but only within the family. The Levirate law stated that she must marry her husband's brother and bear a son by him. That son will belong to the first husband. So go back and read Deuteronomy 25:5 for more information. The point I am making here is that by describing Jerusalem as a widow, the city has also become marginalized. It is like a curse on the city. However, this is balanced by the way this section ends with a promise of hope. For the one who brought these calamities upon you will bring everlasting joy with your salvation. Now, the last section, often called the letter of Jeremiah, recaptures the connection between this writer and that of the prophet Jeremiah. According to Harper's commentary, the work was preserved in the Septuagint, but scholarly consensus based on the style of the Greek and some probable mistranslations is that the Hebrew was its original language. It was attached to Baruch from the Latin translation of Jerome, and so becomes its 6th chapter. However, two most important Greek manuscripts of the Septuagint, Vaticaninus and Alexandrinus, shows it as a separate book between Lamentations and Ezekiel. While discussing the first section of Baruch, I referred to that letter written to the exiles in Jerusalem. The setting, 597 BCE, is after Nebuchadnezzar's invasion of Judah, when the first wave of exiles are sent off to Babylon. Another reason why the Septuagint is quite correct in separating it from the book of Baruch is that this text is not even a letter. However, a contribution it makes to the book of Baruch is its emphasis on pagan gods. The main concern of this writer is that the exiles must avoid participating in non-Jewish worship. In order to emphasize this, a refrain is repeated 9 times. They are not gods. Do not fear them. These gods are compared to broken tools or dishes. They are not gods. Do not fear them. To faces that are blackened. They are not gods. Do not fear them. To sacrifices that women touch while menstruating. They are not gods. They do not fear them. Unattractive women prostitutes, and so on. The so-called letter emphasizes what these gods cannot do in comparison to the God of the covenant. They cannot stop priests from taking their gold and silver as payment. They cannot save themselves from rust and corrosion, so they are going to decay. They cannot shine their gold to make them more beautiful. They cannot be made out of nothing but wood and gold. So you can imagine here how God makes out of nothing. It seems possible that the writer knew the text of Isaiah written during the exile. In that text, These gods are also nothing and are described with great imagery. For instance, Isaiah 41:29 says, "No, they are all a delusion. Their works are nothing. Their images are empty wind." In conclusion, the book of Baruch can also be a warning to us when we veer off the right path and begin thinking that other things are more important than God. It cautions us to remember that God expects righteous living from us. The Israelites hear Baruch read to them because most of them were illiterate. Our complex society today and the grandeur of our human accomplishments might easily distract us. We must remember that they are not gods. Do not fear them. Broken tools or dishes, they are not gods. Do not hear them. Faces that are blackened, they are not gods. Do not hear them. An economy that goes wild, they are not gods. Do not hear them. A war continuing and continuing, they are not gods. Do not fear them. And perhaps even the poor in the third countries that we do not pay attention to because we are too rich, and so for us, they are not gods. Do not fear them. In our society, we must look at ourselves. We must see what is problematic with us so that they are not gods. Do not fear them. The prayer of Jeremiah in chapter 11 makes this obvious. You know, O Lord, that we are not masters of our way, that our human course is not within his choice, nor is it for him to direct his step. And then it goes on to say, punish us, O Lord, but with equity, not in anger, lest you have us dwindle away, so there is not to be injustice in place of justice. And then it goes on to say, pour out your wrath on the nations that know you not, on the tribes that call not upon you in your name. For they have devoured Jacob utterly and laid his waste on his dwelling. There's another passage in Jeremiah that is significant for this point, and I would like to close with that passage. It's one of my favorites. It really harkens the Babylonians to pay attention to God. In chapter 29, thus says the Lord, only after 70 years have elapsed for Babylon will I visit you and fulfill for you my promise to bring you back to this place. And that is a little bit of an error because it was not 70 years between the time they were exiled and 532 when they come back. And Daniel corrects that in his book. But here is my favorite. For I know well the plans I have in mind for you, says the Lord. Plans for your welfare, not for woe. Plans to give you a future full of hope. When you look for me, you will find me. Yes, when you seek me with all your heart, you will find me with you, says the Lord. And I will change your lot. I will gather you together from all the nations and all the places to which I have banished you, says the Lord, and bring you back to the place from which I have exiled you. So you can imagine that those exiles are having the plea from Jeremiah to call upon God, to find God in their situation. Yes, when you seek me with all your heart, you will find me with you. I often use that passage in prayer when I'm in a time of transition. You will find me in the place you are in. And I have heard people who move say, I don't know if I did the right thing. And so this passage, when you look for me, you will find me. When you find me, you will find me with all your heart, and I will change your life. And so you can see how Baruch is connecting that in the first passage to those in exile. Topic 8. Daniel and Esther, Deuterocanonical editions. It's a strange phenomenon that two books, Daniel and Esther, have sections from both the Masoretic text, the Hebrew, and the Septuagint. How could this have happened? And what difference does it make to the interpretation of these books? That is the focus of this lecture. The relatively easy book to describe in relation to the additional materials in the Septuagint is the book of Daniel. Its deuterocanonical parts are located in chapters 3, 13, and 14. Now, if you use a New International Version, a strictly Protestant Bible, the book of Daniel has only 12 chapters. If you investigate the New American Bible, a strictly Catholic translation, the book of Daniel has 14 chapters, and these are the two additional chapters from the Septuagint. However, in chapter 3, you have a merging with the Hebrew text, so there are really only 2 extra chapters. I invite you to compare these 2 texts. So this chapter invites us into the world of 3 young men, and I love their names, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They are being thrust into a fiery flame because they refuse to bow down and worship Nebuchadnezzar, the king of the Babylons. Babylons are often called the Chaldeans as well. Daniel 3:19 and 20 says this, Then Nebuchadnezzar was so filled with rage against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego that his face was distorted. He ordered the furnace heated up more than was customary, and ordered some of the strongest guards in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to throw them into the fire. As the text continues, the 3 young men are walking about in the flames, singing praises to God. It is at this point between verses 23 and 24 in the Hebrew that there is an insert into it. It has 3 sections. The prayer of Azariah, verses 1 to 22, a report on the welfare of the young men in the flames, and lastly, the song of the 3 Jews. According to Daniel 1:7, Azariah is given the Babylonian name Abednego when chosen to be a servant in the king's court. Likewise, his companions are given Babylonian's name. Hananiah is called Shadrach, and Mishael is renamed Meshach. The Greek additions to chapter 3 give other meanings to the story. First, the prayer of Azariah enhances the honor he gives to the God of the covenant when he refuses to worship the king of Babylon. And so you hear the young man's absolute dependence about God, even if they do not survive the flames. If our God, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the furnace of blazing fire and out of your hand, O king, let him deliver us. But if not, be it known to you, O king, that we will not serve your gods. We will not worship the golden statue that you have set up. Secondly, the prose insert adds one important detail, that the angel of the Lord came down into the furnace to be with Azariah and his companions. The angel drives the flames out of the furnace and makes the inside of the furnace, quote, as though a moist wind were whistling through it. Now, angels play an important role in Babylonian literature, and that is echoed here. Lastly, verses 29 to 68 is the song of the three Jews, who give praise and glory to God with one voice, for they have been saved from the fiery flame. If you study this insertion by noting its cross-references, you will realize that text is a combination of ideas from several Old Testament texts, including Nehemiah, Isaiah, Leviticus, the books of Chronicles, and the Psalms. So whoever wrote this insert knew the Hebrew Bible very well. The other Deuterocanonical editions, chapter 13 and 14, are complete stories. They add to the heroic tales of Daniel given in Daniel 1-6. Chapter 13 is the only one of these stories of heroism that addresses an issue within the Jewish community itself. It's the well-known story of Susanna, a young woman falsely accused of adultery by two judges in the Jewish community who lust for her. When Susanna is ready to be sentenced, Daniel comes forth and saves her by questioning the two judges. So, disposing their lies, they are sentenced instead of Susanna. Now, sometimes the Roman Catholic lectionary concerns me in its use of this story. The daily lectionary includes it only once in the 2-year cycle, but the gospel paired with it is the story of the adulterous woman in John 8. This choice has always puzzled me for 2 reasons. First, there is no indication in this story that Susanna committed adultery. The judges bring her to the court falsely, and the hero Daniel has to come to show the innocence of Susanna. Therefore, to pair her with an adulterous woman skews the story. Secondly, the story of the woman in the Gospel of John is also problematic. She is brought in front of Jesus, and verse 4 states that they said to him, Jesus, "Teacher, this woman was caught in the very act of committing adultery." How did they catch her in the very act? One of the men must have been with her. So where is he in the story? Is he among those accusing the woman, but never revealed? Is she as well being falsely accused? Perhaps that's why the 2 women are paired in the lectionary. This leaves me with the question of how preachers relate these 2 stories. I will not go on with Daniel because it is the hero continuing. So let's move on to Esther. The Greek editions of the book of Esther are more problematic and warrant more thorough study. First, the numbering of the chapters in the New American Bible and the New Jerusalem Bible, specifically for Catholic audiences, shows the integration of the Hebrew and Greek text by using letters and numbers. This integration creates a story that merges 2 different cultural experiences in 2 different time periods. On the one hand, the RSV, strictly for Protestant readers, does not have this integration, and then only numbers for the chapters. In 1991, a collaborative effort between Protestants and Catholics, with Jewish assistance, published a new Bible for both audiences. Catholics purchasing this Bible must buy the NRSV with the Apocrypha, those additional books that we have in our Bibles. It also has a few books considered canonical by Orthodox and Coptic audiences. So you now need to return to the Study Guides, Appendix 2. The NRSV with the Apocrypha is valuable for Catholics to understand the complexity of the Book of Esther. The Apocrypha, not canonical for Protestants, has a complete Greek translation of Esther, while also giving the Hebrew version its appropriate place in its Bible. I always suggest to my Catholic students, if using the New American Bible, to discipline themselves and read the Hebrew version only without the Greek additions. And you can do that with the numbering. Then read it a second time with the additions. So this method forces the reader to know the differences when the Greek text is added. It also encourages the reader to see that the Greek story shifts in meaning from a Hebrew version without the additions. While giving a synopsis of the story, I will highlight the aspects of the additions that make the meaning shift. As with other Deuterocanonical books, the book of Esther emphasizes the difficulty of living as a Jewish person in the diaspora. In its earlier history, the Assyrians and Babylonians often ruled over the Jewish people with cruelty. And we saw before how it was the Persians who released the Jews from Babylon to return to Jerusalem. Historically, then, the Persians were less abusive. Most scholars agree that Esther is fictional, while it incorporates historical details. The Greek history of Herodotus gives credibility to a few events in the story. In this history, there is a historical Persian king, Xerxes, who reigned for 25 years, beginning in 486. Esther of the Septuagint calls the king Artaxerxes. In the Hebrew version, the king is Ahasuerus, and the story is a 4-year period of his reign. Undoubtedly, this is the time before the departure of Xerxes for an ill-fated expedition against the Greeks. The 4 years between his disposition of Queen Vashti and the installation of her successor, Queen Esther. And the installation of her successor in the 7th year. It coincides with those 4 years of his absence from Persia. On the other hand, a number of improbable coincidences give the book a fictional character. A Jewish queen on the Persian throne at the time of Jewish genocide. Mordecai as servant of a king, revealing a plot to kill him only hours before Haman seeks his death. Haman, who begs Esther to spare his life, thought by the king to be attempting rape. Haman being executed for that reason. Thus, Esther, having some historical connections, is basically a story about a brave woman who supports her Jewish community by daring to go to the king in order to stop the slaughter of Jews. Esther's parents have died, and she's raised by her uncle Mordecai. They hear that Queen Vashti was deposed by the king, and thus he sends a royal decree to gather beautiful young virgins to choose a new queen. Mordecai offers Esther, but tells her strictly not to reveal her identity as Jewish. So she goes with other women to the royal palace and learns to beautify herself so that one of them can be invited into the king. And there is the caretaker who thinks Esther is the most beautiful. So when her invitation comes to go into the king, she dresses lavishly for the occasion and thus becomes the queen. Meanwhile, Mordecai, at the royal gate, hears 2 royal eunuchs plotting to kill the king. He relays the message to Esther so that she can inform the king, who orders the men to be hanged on a gibbet. At the royal gate, Mordecai refuses to reverence Haman, a king-appointed high official who becomes angry and plots to kill the Jews and to kill Mordecai. Haman convinces the king to order the slaughter of the Jews in the empire because they are not obeying the king's command. Mordecai is concerned and begins to fast and pray and wear sackcloth along with everyone in the community. He tells Esther about the decree and pleads with her to go to the king before it is too late. Now Esther sees the danger if she breaks the law, going to the king without being summoned by him. On the other hand, she knows that her people will not live without her intervention. So she summons the courage to go into the king. But she says to Mordecai, "If I perish, I perish." On the third day, she sneaks into the inner court so that the king will see her. And he says, "What is it, Queen Esther? What is your request? Even if it's half the kingdom, it shall be granted you." Instead, Esther asks for 2 banquets to include the official Haman. At the first banquet, Haman gets intoxicated. On the way home, he encounters Mordecai, and he is so angry that Mordecai does not reverence him, so he follows his wife's suggestion to hang Mordecai. Then he goes to the second banquet in a very good mood. Unable to sleep, the king has a servant read the chronicles of notable events. He hears that Mordecai told Esther about the plot to kill him, and he wants to reward Mordecai. So first he calls Haman in to ask how to reward Mordecai, without Haman knowing that the king wants to do this and thinking that he himself will receive a reward. Well, the king turns the table and orders Mordecai to receive the reward. So you can see how Haman might feel. So when he goes home, he is told that the Jewish people will prevail, and he does not have a chance. So he leaves for Esther's second banquet and becomes more so when she tells the king that Haman was responsible for wanting to kill the Jews. Haman begs Esther to save his life, but the king, who has walked out of the room, thought Haman was defiling Esther and orders him to be hanged. So the Hebrew story ends with a second decree giving the Jews authority to kill, destroy, and wipe out armies that were against them. And they celebrate their victory with the Feast of Purim, which will be in topic 12. Which of the Greek insertions changed the story? Insertions B and E make no change because they give words to the 2 royal decrees. On the other hand, the prologue and the epilogue give the story a shift. The prologue records an apocalyptic dream of Mordecai, with 2 great dragons poised for destruction of the whole race of the just. Mordecai awoke and thinks about the dream all day. The reader is given a preview of the story. In the epilogue, Mordecai sees that his dream has been lived out with the events just narrated, and God saves the people. So what we have here is a section in the Hebrew that is disjointed. In the New Revised Standard, you have those chapters which I put in an appendix. What you have, however, in the Hebrew is a chapter A, then a chapter 1, then a chapter 2, and part of a chapter 3, then the rest of 3 with a B insert, then chapter 4, and then an insert of a prayer by Mordecai and a prayer of Esther. Now, these are the 2 pieces that change the story. Esther is rewarded by the king after her prayer, and then we can go on with the banquets. So what we have in chapter C is a prayer of Mordecai, pleading God to help save the Jews. Recalling all that God has done, he prays to God and says, "O Lord God, Almighty King, all things are in your power, and there is no one to oppose you." And then a little bit later on, He says, "Gladly would I have kissed the soles of his feet," being Haman, "for the salvation of Israel. But I acted as I did, so as not to place more honor to a man above you, O God. I will not bow down to anyone but you, my Lord." Then we have the prayer of Esther in that chapter C. And Queen Esther is so disturbed, she takes off her splendid garments and puts on sackcloth and prays in the sackcloth covered with ashes. So she inflicts her body severely, and all her festive adornment is disheveled. Then she prays, "O Lord, the King of Israel, you alone are God. My Lord, our King, help me, who am alone and have no help but you. As a child, I was wont to hear from the people of the land of my forefathers." And she goes on to talk about what's interesting is the ancestors who are Hebrew, that upon whom she is going to depend. Then she says, "But now we have sinned." So she's bringing back the sins of the people. Lastly, "O Lord, do not relinquish your scepter to those that are not. Let them not gloat over our ruin, but turn their own counsel against them." The prayers of Esther and Mordecai, inserts C and D, do shift the meaning of the story. The Hebrew text never mentions God, but the inserts C and D show the prayerful dependence of the Jewish people on the God of the covenant. And Mordecai's prayer affirms that he did not bow down before Haman because of his commitment to God. Esther begs forgiveness for the sin of idolatry, and then she clothes herself in beauty and goes into the king. But the king is angry at her, but she faints before him. The text says that the king reaches out to her because God changes his countenance, which is very interesting about Esther. What lessons can we Catholics receive from our version of the book of Esther? We can learn that our strength and courage comes from God and not from us alone. Esther 4:14 says that relief and deliverance will come to the Jews from another source, and the other source is God. So the Greek prayers confirm the God of the covenant. Our source is our Christian God, who covenants us every day. Topic 9. First Maccabees. Revolt against the Seleucids. First Maccabees is one of two books in the collection of Deuterocanonical material that transmits the historical reality of the world as the first century dawns before the time of Jesus. It is most likely written in Hebrew about the year 100, and perhaps even later. In the first 10 verses of the book, First Maccabees summarizes the history of Alexander the Great to Antiochus IV Epiphanes in 187. That's the period of history accounting the Hellenistic Empire and its impact on the Bible. The cultural changes that affected Israel was described in Lecture 1. So a few details bear repeating because they began this story. Nevertheless, a commentary might prove very helpful to give a fuller picture of the time of the Maccabees. And the commentary I often recommend comes from Liturgical Press, and is a commentary called Catholic Commentaries on the Bible. In the third verse of chapter 1, the author refers to Alexander, son of Philip, coming from the land of Kittim. According to Harper's commentary, the term originally referred to a specific area on the island of Cyprus. However, by the time of First Maccabees, The word had come to be a general term for Greece and its islands. Alexander is at his strongest and defeats the reigning Persian king in order to expand his territory into the land of Palestine. The conquest of Alexander hastened the development of a vast empire stretching from Egypt to the interior lands east of Palestine. 1 Maccabees 1:6 indicates that Alexander left detailed instructions about the division of his kingdom before his death. It would be more realistic to say that intense struggles between rival generals resulted in the division of the great empire. Therefore, the peaceful description of rule after Alexander's death, as described in verse 8, is unrealistic. After about 1 year, the division of property began to take shape, and the two most important rulers who would figure in the history of this period came forth: Ptolemy, who controlled Egypt, and Seleucus, who ruled Syria and the east and north parts of the empire. A little over 1 century of struggle is ignored by this author, which tells us something about history, that it is never objective, but shaped by those who want to tell a specific story. Competition between the Seleucid and the Ptolemy dynasties for control of Palestine was fierce. The writer of this history is most interested in the period following the death of Antiochus III and the rise of Antiochus IV Epiphanes to power. The Greek word Epiphanes is crucial to an understanding of the character of Antiochus IV. Basically, it means that God is manifest in the person of the new ruler. The internal strife between factions within the Jewish world is described in 1 Maccabees 1:11-15. This cannot be overlooked, because such discord weakened an already embattled people. I refer you to 2 Maccabees chapter 4 for more details regarding this dissension. But the basic issue had to do with whether or how much the Jewish population was going to embrace Hellenism, that movement already mentioned. Chapter 14 refers to the building of a gymnasium in Jerusalem, a prominent feature of every polis or city in the empire. Besides being a place for physical activity, the Greek gymnasium was a place of education. However, that's not the focus of these verses. It is well known in the ancient world that circumcision was a sign of being Jewish. And since Greek athletes exercised in the nude, this occasioned a number of more prominent Jews to undergo a procedure that reversed the appearance of circumcision. To a more serious Jew, this is abandonment of the holy covenant made with God. The most important text in this first chapter is that described in verses 20 through 36. This tells of 2 assaults on an already weakened Jerusalem because of the internal struggles regarding how much of the Greek way of life would be embraced by the Jews in Jerusalem. The arrogance of his actions, as it says in verse 21, was unbearable to the Jews, especially when he entered their holy sanctuary, the curtain, implying the Holy of Holies. This great massacre was probably the most embarrassing time of Jewish history, because to defile the sanctuary is much more devastating than to burn the temple. The feelings behind this destruction are expressed in a series of 5 poetic dirges that occur in 1 Maccabees. They begin in chapter 1, verse 25, and appear through the description of some very trying times. These specific passages are listed in Appendix 4. This first siege ended in April 167, when a chief tax collector came to the city supposedly to restore peace. In verse 30, we hear what happened. They believed him, but he suddenly fell upon the city, dealt it with a severe blow, and destroyed many people of Israel. In that encounter, this leader set up a citadel, a building to control the people. Showing the division of Jews in the city, they stationed there a sinful people, men who were renegades to the other Jews. This verse indicates that the author saw these Jews who supported the Seleucids as renegades, a sinful people. The writer of the commentary from Harper's says the following about this period. Most modern scholars do not believe that Antiochus pursued such a general policy of Hellenization. In any event, certain Jewish practices that served to separate Jews from the surrounding pagan culture were proscribed by Antiochus as punishable by death. While some Jews acquiesced, others sought refuge. So we have inherited a book that was probably written about 100 in Hebrew. If not that early, it was certainly written before 63 because it speaks positively of the Romans. 63 BCE, under Pompey, conquers Jerusalem. First Maccabees takes place over approximately 40 years, from 175 to 134. This is when Judah moved from a small subsidiary of the Seleucids to an independent people. At that time, Palestine was under the leadership of 3 generations of the Maccabean family. Thus, First Maccabees is the story of military and political exploits of the Maccabean family. There are actually 4 books of Maccabees. 1 and 2 Maccabees are Deuterocanonical for Catholics, but Protestants say they are not inspired or apocrypha. There is a 3rd and 4th Maccabees, and they are apocrypha for everyone else. As far as First Maccabees, it seems likely that there was a Hebrew version, but the only text preserved is from the Septuagint. Scholars can tell that there was a Hebrew version because the book is full of Hebrew idioms. Nevertheless, there are 4 major reasons why it is not considered canonical by the Jewish rabbis. The Hebrew version was not preserved. First Maccabees records events after the demise of prophecy. Resistance to Maccabees who claimed to be high priests and kings. By the time of canonization, rabbinic leaders chose to separate sacred from military. Given the movement away from violence, it's not surprising that no fragments of the Hebrew were found at Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls come from. The Essenes moved to the desert to live non-violent lives, so they affirmed the non-canonical status of the Maccabean exploits. Eventually, First Maccabees, preserved in the Septuagint, was affirmed as canonical, but this was not without conflict in the early Christian church. St. Augustine was among those who accepted First Maccabees as canon. On the other hand, the influential Jerome disagreed. Eventually, conflicts were resolved, and the book was accepted as canon in both the Eastern and the Western churches. Aside from canonicity, it was considered a historically reliable text and was used by Josephus, a first-century Jewish Roman historian, to write his account of the period titled Jewish Antiquities. Since Josephus was extremely careful in what he recorded, I think he saw First Maccabees as more historically reliable because it was written so close to the events. First Maccabees was not very popular when the books for the 3-year Sunday lectionary were determined, as it is never used on Sundays. In addition, the book is rarely used on weekdays. The most significant reason why First Maccabees has remained popular in art circles is that George Frederick Handel used the book for his famous oratorio, Judith Maccabeus. There is no record of the author, but some educated guesses can be put forth. The author probably lived in Jerusalem for 2 reasons. The geography of Palestine is quite accurate. And secondly, he had at his disposal documents from the temple archives. In addition, it seems at times that one is reading an eyewitness account, perhaps by the author himself, or perhaps by an eyewitness that the author interviews. One thing that counters the author being an eyewitness is that even though he knew Palestinian geography, his knowledge of the larger world was scanty. The last source seems to be some letters in circulation regarding the concerns of the period. Having talked about its reliability as a historical account, I have to present the opposite view. The book is not historically objective. Every author writes with his or her own ideological slant. For instance, 1 Maccabees is nationalistic in that it supports the Hasmonean claims regarding their authority to make decisions for the Jewish community in Palestine at that time. I will now introduce the heroic characters of the story that we refer to as the Maccabees. First, there was Mattathias, the father of the family who belonged to a priestly class. He had moved from Jerusalem to Modin before his sons were grown, most likely to keep them safe. In 167, Mattathias died. After his death, Judas became the leader of the family, not because he was the firstborn son, John and Simon were first and second, but because of his leadership skills. He ruled from 166 to 160 and was the hero of their wars against the forces who desecrated the temple. The youngest son, Jonathan, ruled after him from 160 to 142. He was a military leader like his brother, but also appointed himself high priest, extending his authority to both the political and the religious spheres. Simon, the second son, succeeded Jonathan and ruled for 12 years. He was followed by Simon's son, John Hyrcanus, who ruled from 134 to 105. The other brothers, John and Eleazar, had no part to play in this book, and it seems in this history we cannot be sure. In general, it could be said that all the Maccabees were heroes in the fight against oppression. The name Maccabee is not a family name, but a title originally associated with Judas, the first one to rule after his father's death. The Hebrew word means hammer and was used for the one who strikes the enemy. In regard to Greek, the meaning is questionable, so the author surely had some sense of the Hebrew. In the context of the book, Maccabees also seems to be used as confirmation that one was designated by God. This last use becomes clear as it is associated with the other characters of the books of Maccabees. Initially, the family was strongly religious, but as time went on, their descendants lost their focus on Judaism. Some of these leaders, including the high priest and king, instigated great controversy. This caused a deal of a stir between the Maccabees, who were Levites, and not the family of Aaron and Zadok. In addition, since they were not of the family of David, it becomes confusing. You may consult Appendix 5 for who's who of the Maccabees. The continued leadership of that family as you approach the New Testament is complex and cannot be a part of this lecture. The historical background of this period was given in Lecture 1 and also reviewed in other lectures. So I will speed beyond Alexander the Great and his Hellenistic Empire, because the primary division of his empire into the Ptolemies of the south and the Seleucids in the north, where the early empires always began, is prominent. I also discussed how the Ptolemaic leaders were tolerant of the Jewish people and allowed them freedom of religion. This is not so when the history turns to the Seleucid rulers. First Maccabee concerns this intolerance of the Seleucids, but also the split in the Jewish community over how much to tolerate and embrace Hellenism and how it might affect their religious foundations of Judaism. This tension within Judaism and the tension in relation to the Seleucids magnified for the next 20 years. In 175 BCE, Antiochus IV Epiphanes began his reign of terror against the Jews. He wanted to strengthen his empire against the Romans, who were evaluating their army against the Greek rulers. Therefore, it is important for Antiochus to appoint himself as a deity and to say that God was manifest through him. The Jews who had not gone astray had to be against Antiochus if they were going to believe in the God of the covenant as the highest of gods. So Antiochus IV began a religious persecution in Palestine, unlike no earlier ones. He seemed to want the total destruction of Judaism. Greek gods were forced upon the Jewish people. Circumcision was made a capital offense. Infants were hung from their mothers' necks, and Jews were forced to eat pork. In 169, the temple was plundered. Soldiers of the army of Antiochus carried off goals and other vessels. A new altar was built with the statue of Zeus, the Greek god. A pig was sacrificed in the temple. This desecration is often referred to as the abomination of desolation. Prostitutes were brought into the temple. A gymnasium was built across from the temple, which contained statues of the gods and the men exercising in the nude. Instead of the temple, this gymnasium became the center for the diffusion of Greek culture. There are 3 different responses from the Jewish community, all of which are important for understanding 1 Maccabees. The first was the response of the Hellenizers, those Jewish people who supported Hellenism and thus supported the Seleucids. These Jews were enamored with Greek ways. Among these are the Jewish men who had surgery to hide their circumcision. They thought this decision would add to their safety. They thought it was ludicrous to revolt against the powerful Seleucid army. Some priests of the temple were among this group and even assisted the Seleucids to burn the Torah scrolls. These Jews fought a civil war against other Jews in order to show that they were cooperating with the Seleucid king. A second response was the group of Jews who decided to respond nonviolently. They refused to cooperate with the Seleucids and went into hiding. They were willing to give their lives as martyrs. When soldiers came on the Sabbath, they refused to fight on the holy day. Eventually, they were slaughtered and became martyrs for their faith. A third response was the path that the sons of Maccabees took. They decided to revolt and expressed their reasons in a quite logical way. If all the Jews were slaughtered, no one could obey the law. To violate the Sabbath to save lives was more beneficial and was not against the law. Now, Jesus shows that in the New Testament, because if you read the Gospels carefully, you will notice that almost everything happens on the Sabbath when Jesus violates the law. So you would think only that Jesus lived on the Sabbath. And the third reason is they would adapt the law according to the needs of their situation. Now, these are very important reasons that Judas Maccabeus and his army chose to go against the Seleucids. These Maccabees, as they came to be known, fought a successful guerrilla war. They lived in the hills and trapped the enemy, most often striking by surprise and then fleeing back into the hills. They were successful against a superior Seleucid military army. Our author acknowledges the Maccabees as legitimate saviors. Read 1 Maccabees, chapter 5, verse 59 to 64 for a typical response to the Maccabees. It goes like this. They gave orders to the men of their army who were with them and marched toward Jamnia. But Gorgias and his men came out of the city to meet them in a battle, and Joseph and Azariah were beaten and were pursued to the frontiers of Judea, and about 2,000 Israelites fell that day. It continues. It was a bad defeat for the people because they had not obeyed Judas and his brothers, thinking that they would do brave deeds. But they did not belong to the family of those men to whom it was granted to achieve Israel's salvation. The valiant Judas and his brothers were greatly renowned in all Israel and among all the Gentiles, wherever their name was heard, and men gathered about them and praised them. So you can see how this third response of military was very important against the Seleucids, and therefore it was accepted as canon, even though it shows violence. Eventually, these Maccabees restored and rededicated the temple. However, in the end, they all died a violent death. They achieved independence for the Jews and achieved freedom of religion, but at the cost of their lives. Now, it is possible to discuss a theology of First Maccabees. Two important questions dominated the Maccabees in the way they responded. What is the best way to respond to Hellenism? And how do we survive as a people when oppressed? The response of the Maccabees was characterized by zeal for the law and the covenant, but not rigid adherence to its commands, especially in regard to the Sabbath. It seems that the aim of the Maccabean response was to preserve their tradition, their religion, dignity, and self-respect, as well as to preserve the temple and law as symbols of their identity. They saw the temple as necessary for their survival as a people and as a religion. However, the Maccabees faced a moral dilemma. Is the use of violence to preserve faith and identity ever justified? In this situation, they decided violence was justified. However, they suffered violent deaths for their cause. The writer of First Maccabees compares the leaders of this time to great warriors of the past, especially David and Joshua. First Maccabees helps us face the moral dilemma of our response to violence today. The biggest difference is that we have weapons that could destroy the world with one bomb. Therefore, to be responsible today, we need to temper the response of the Maccabees to fit our society. Topic 10. Second Maccabees, Theological Interpretation of History. One would suspect that since this book is called Second Maccabees, that it would follow First Maccabees as a sequel. For instance, Toy Story 2 is a sequel to Toy Story 1, which means it continues the story from the point where Toy Story 1 left off. Now, that is not true with Maccabees for several reasons. The characters are different, the author is different, and the purpose for writing the book is different. Why, then, is it called Second Maccabees? The major reason is that it continues in the tradition of the Maccabean family and receives its name from Judas Maccabeus. However, unlike First Maccabees, Judas is not the main character of the text, which I will explore later in this lecture. On the other hand, the author of First Maccabees reflects the period of history from the reign of Antiochus IV Epiphanes until the ascension of John Hyrcanus in 134, which overlaps but changes a little bit of the dates. First, it's important to discuss the authorship of this book and the reason why it was written. It's very clear in 2 Maccabees chapter 2, verse 23. It names the author of an original history, Jason the Cyrene, who sets forth in detail 5 volumes, the history of this period in the Jewish story. The Greek word epitomist is often used for the author of our current work, as he condensed the 5 volumes into one book, which was henceforth called 2 Maccabees. That author we would best call a Reader's Digest abridger, because an epitome is Greek for Jason's earlier works summarized. It's uncertain how he made the decision to subtract particular details and how much he might have added, or how he changed the original work, because we no longer have access to that 5-volume text. The author of 2 Maccabees has a particular motive for condensing the 5 volumes of Jason of Cyrene. In 2 Chronicles chapter 2, the author indicates that there are many people who don't understand the history because of the sheer abundance of material. So this author wants to write an account for simple reading, which at the same time addresses the studious who wants something to commit to memory. Thus it says in the book, he spends sleepless nights to accomplish this task because of the overwhelming material. I love the way he compares it to someone who prepares a festive meal so that others may enjoy it, and it doesn't take that long. In both cases, this is hard work. However, he also says that there is a certain amount of satisfaction, and people are grateful for something easier to read. That motivates him to leave exact details to the professionals and write this more edifying work. I suggest you read the passage from 2 Chronicles, which I have put in the study guide, before reading the entire book, so that the enjoyment of reading that he provides will be yours. The book that we call 2 Maccabees begins with 2 letters and a brief introduction written by the epitomist. It seems likely that the author composed this work in Koine Greek in Alexandria, Egypt. Koine is the language used by the people of that time and not the classical language of the great Greek philosophers. And that's the kind of Greek from which we have the entire Septuagint and the New Testament. It's also improbable that the writer owned a copy of the 5-volume work. Or there was a famous library in Alexandria. This might have very well contained the original 5 volumes. On another note, This work seems to have been created by somebody from the Pharisaic tradition because it mentions theological issues not common to other sects of Judaism. Resurrection of the body is one of those elements, and the Pharisees believed in resurrection of the body. I will look at other theological issues later in this lecture. This work covers the period of Jewish history from King Seleucus IV until the defeat of Nearchon's army in 161. As you notice, that is a short time of history. It seems likely that Jason of Cyrene wrote his volumes shortly after that time and may have been an eyewitness to the events written in his 5 volumes. Our author could not have been an eyewitness. Otherwise, he would have written an original instead of a summary. The first letter in our current book is dated about 124. So the epitomist must have written his shortened version at approximately that time. Earlier, I said that this epitomist added his own work. How much do we know? We don't know for sure. But anytime you abridge something, you are prone to add your own flavor to the work in order to identify the work as yours. It's almost certain that the author of this summary added the preface and the epilogue as well as the initial 2 letters. It also seems likely that the epitomist also adds some moralizing sections later in the work, and you can look at the study guide. In speaking about the purification of the temple, the major focus of this work, the author shows Antiochus not realizing the sins of the people. Antiochus would not have even thought about the sins of the people. He destroyed the temple because of its place in the lives of the Jewish population. It was their sacred place, and so it was of no value to the Seleucids. It must be noted that this work, although not intended to be a historical text, undoubtedly has some historical sections. For instance, 2 Maccabees 11. This is a letter to the Jews, asking them to make peace with what was left of the army led by Lysias after the great battle was won by the Jews. That army, far superior in numbers, was decimated as a result of an angel leading them clothed as a soldier in white garments. Undoubtedly, Maccabeus and his small band of soldiers would have been killed had they not had a miracle of God's support. During the battle, Lysias had shamefacedly run away in order to save his life. The text notes, Lysias was not a stupid man. So he devised this plan to send a letter of peace to the Jews, so he knew that they were, and I quote, invincible because the mighty God was their ally. Lysias stated that he would convince the king to make peace and be their friend. The authentic documents of which I speak are given after this explanation, giving the terms of the agreement made with the king. Maccabeus had agreed to the terms because he was concerned about the common good of his people. It can be seen immediately when you look at how the books begin. First Maccabees begins with the fact that Alexander the Great defeated the Persian king. It says that he collected a very strong army and conquers provinces. The tone is secular, and because it will introduce the Maccabees as a family, it's about war. On the other hand, 2 Maccabees begins with an encouraging letter to the Jewish community in Egypt, telling them to, I quote, remember the covenant of his faithful servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It talks about the violence that they were enduring, but how God had saved them from great dangers, and how they were grateful that God had fought on their side against the king. It then encourages the community in Egypt to celebrate the Feast of Booths in the month of Chislev. The writer of this work makes a mistake, because Booth is not celebrated in the month of Chislev, November-December. The dedication of the temple is in the month of Chislev. The Feast of Booths is celebrated in the month of Tishri, September-October. In a way, though, he did not make a mistake, because its celebration has some common elements. Thus, the important point is to celebrate with them the victory of God over evil. It's not difficult to see that the intention for writing 2nd Maccabees is different than for writing 1st Maccabees. As far as literary style and purpose, we might say that this book is edifying history. In our Catholic tradition, this could be called Lives of the Saints, because it raises the martyrs to heroic status and presents them as models of piety and fidelity. Certainly, these are stories of people who gave their life for what they believed. Before this time, the role of martyrs was not well defined. But in this time period, many people were dying because they were Jewish. Their temple was a threat to the greater Greek world, and the Jewish people celebrated a religion that was exclusive. If you could look at the situation in the 2nd century BCE through our worldview, we might say that the world's religion was paganism. However, I don't think the people of that time would have said that about their gods. The Greeks believed that Alexander was God, and they added the phrase Epiphanes to his name in order to show that. Therefore, groups who followed a specific tradition were unusual and less tolerated. Because of the reality of the Holocaust, it would be easy in our worldview to say that Jews have not been tolerated throughout history, and that the decision to make a Jewish state might have been based on the concern of those who decried the Holocaust. Of course, this does not solve the Jewish-Arab problem today, because that situation is much more complicated due to the fact that Arabs were in that land before it became a state. However, it goes a long way in understanding that the difficulty of the situation in a world population where the major religions are Catholic and Muslim. It's also quite clear that some stories are mostly likely legendary. For example, when Antiochus Epiphanes learns that Onias the high priest had been murdered, he was among others from many nations who were indignant and angry over the unjust murder of the man. A few verses later, the text focuses on Antiochus and said that he was grieved at heart and filled with pity and wept because of the moderation and good conduct of the deceased. Now think about it. How could Antiochus, the one who defiled the temple and killed many Jews, feel grief over the death of Onias, a Jew? This would be similar to the text in 2 Chronicles that speaks about the conversion of Manasseh, a wicked king who ruled for 55 years after his father Solomon. Because in 2 Chronicles, it says that Manasseh misled Judith and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. After saying that God sent the army of the king of Assyria to take Manasseh captive, and he is treated cruelly, he humbles himself and pleads to the God of the covenant. And God receives his entreaty and hears his plea. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord was God. So I like to think of this word as aiming to stir up emotions so that it serves as a model for behavior, thus encouraging Jews in the diaspora to regain interest in Jerusalem and the temple, and secondly, to celebrate Hanukkah, the rededication of the temple. The characterization of this work is interesting. 2nd Maccabees mentions Judas Maccabeus, but he's not the military leader like in 1st Maccabees. He's not the center stage hero that he was in 1st Maccabees. What the author here wants to emphasize is his piety and prayer that make him an instrument of God who saves the people. Those at center stage are the martyrs for their faith. These martyrs had strength because of the many instances of divine revelation. On the other hand, it is interesting that much of the blame for violence against the Jews lies in the hands of the Hellenists, those Jews who cooperated with those in the Hellenistic Empire. They are the unfaithful ones. One example will suffice to show this reality. Jason was the high priest from 174 to 171. Jason's brother, Menelaus, stole the holy priesthood from Jason by bribing the Seleucids. So he was an instrument of God's punishment. So we have here a sheer number of characters in these two books that are difficult to separate. So we want to refer back to Appendix 5 for the summary of each main character and the role each played in the history of the times. If I had more time to address the groups that merged from this period of history, I could talk about the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the Samaritans, the Zealots, and the Essenes, as well as the two rival priesthoods. So I've also provided a chart on the rival priesthoods. Of course, the temple has been special throughout the history of the Jewish people. In 2nd Maccabees, the temple is attacked 3 times. These attacks give the temple new meaning. Yes, it's the special place of God's dwelling, a symbol of the covenant. In this time, the temple shared in the suffering and salvation of the people. It's ironic that, according to chapter 3, the holy city lived in perfect peace. Immediately, though, it adds that the laws were strictly observed because of the high priest Onias and his hatred of evil. So the concern of this book is not violence, but peace. Shalom is attributed to the way the Jews were living at the time. A little story might help. I went to Israel a number of years ago, partly sponsored by a Jewish foundation. While there, I had to pick up the Spirit of Israel so that I could give a talk at a banquet when I returned. I went with our Catholic Biblical School group from Denver and didn't have contact with the others who went on a scholarship. So I only met them the night of the banquet. One of the things I picked up in the city was the sense of peace at the time of the Sabbath celebrated each week. You can feel this at the Wailing Wall. This countered the tension of the rest of the week with soldiers at the entrance to the Temple Mount. They were still there on the Sabbath, but it seemed that they were less concerned about violence because of the Sabbath. So, at the banquet, I told about this sense of peace that I observed, and I said, using the word shalom for peace, I sensed that the word means, may all the pieces of your life fit together. And that's what I felt on the Sabbath, that they were celebrating the fullness and the belief that their life was totally whole. After I said that, the audience clapped. And as I came off the stage, one of the gentlemen told me that I had picked up the meaning of shalom perfectly. So I have remembered that phrase ever since, and I periodically write it in a Bible if I purchase a new one. May all the pieces of your life fit together. I have several labels on my Bible that tell me different phrases that I'd like to remember for prayer. Now, there are two more important ideas in this book. First, the martyrs are the real heroes in 2 Maccabees. There are several martyrs in the book. Two I would like to sketch are Eleazar in 2 Maccabees 6 and the mother and her 7 sons in 2 Maccabees 7. Eleazar goes to his death because he refuses to eat pork. He's given the opportunity to bring his own meat and pretends he's eating the pork, and he refuses to do thus, saying in 2 Maccabees, "Such pretense is not worthy of our time, for many of the young might suppose that Eleazar, in his 19th year, has gone over to an alien religion, and they would be led astray because of me. Yet, whether I live or die, I will not escape the hands of the Almighty." As a result, Eleazar is tortured. Now, you can also read the long story of the mother and her 7 sons in 2 Maccabees 7. St. Gregory of Nazianzen compared the mother and the 7 sons to Mary because of her sacrifice. The suffering of Jewish martyrs helps the Jewish cause and helps humanity in general, so that it says in 2 Maccabees 6:31, "The heroic story provides the reader with models of courage in the face of immorality. They are willing to sacrifice even their lives rather than violate the law of God." Now, I was in Denver at the time of the school killing, and I remember one of the young women who was under a desk who said, "I will not succumb to these violent people." And she was acclaimed at that time. The experience of martyrdom led to an understanding of the resurrection of the just. They reason that God is just. So when the just suffer for their faith, they will be rewarded. This leads me to some important theological issues. Some have said that 2 Maccabees is a theological jewel. Most Catholics don't realize how much of our tradition is actually found in 2 Maccabees. The text gives us resurrection of the body, intercession of the saints, and prayers for the deceased. In the story of martyrdom of the mother and her 7 sons, the king orders their death because they refused to eat pork. After the violent death of 3 of the brothers, the 4th son says, "One cannot but choose to die at the hands of mortals and to cherish the hope God gives of being raised again by him. But for you, there will be no resurrection to life." This resurrection of which they speak is more than immortality. They are expressing belief in a physical resurrection of the just on the last day. They believe that the individual would live again in a bodily way. Now, this is a departure from their earlier beliefs, which did not include resurrection of the body. Another tradition that comes from 2 Maccabees is offering of prayers and sacrifices for the dead to be saved. I suggest you read in 2 Maccabees 12 to see this idea of prayers. However, let me read the last powerful line. "Thus he made atonement for the dead, that they might be freed from their sin." This prayer for the dead has become part of the Catholic heritage and has traditionally been used to describe purgatory. In addition, 2 Maccabees 15:13 is a text indicating that Jeremiah, now dead, is making intercession on behalf of the Jewish people. So this text is a paradigm for the Catholic belief in the communion of saints. See how interesting that is, that much of our theology comes from this book. In the book of Esther, I referred to the Feast of Purim, and in this lecture, I make reference to the Jewish Feast of Hanukkah. That will be the last section in this series and will be a model for concluding in celebration. Topic 11, the Book of Judith. There is considerable disagreement about the time of the Book of Judith. Some say it's from the period around the time of the Maccabees, and that's why I put it as Lecture 11. So that's the convention I am following here by making it after the Maccabees. However, this does not mean that I've solved the problem of dating. I put it here because it may reflect the time of the Maccabees, which was against the background of the Hellenistic threat to Judaism, but especially the abomination of desolation in the time of the Maccabees by Antiochus IV Epiphanes. So you can see what I've done is put this as a response to the Jewish problem of Hellenism. The book offers encouragement to continue resistance. It reflects the same zeal for the law and the temple that we see in the Maccabean letters. However, the actual story is set in an earlier period. The Hebrew word Judith means Jewish, and it's a variation of a word that means valiant woman. It's the feminine counterpart of Judas the Apostle. However, it is not a book about apostasy. The book most likely had a Hebrew or Aramaic original, because Jerome used the Aramaic text when working on the Vulgate. But like other Deuterocanonical books, we have only the Greek text. The book reacts to the question, how does a person of faith respond when caught in conflict with the world and the forces of tyranny? Its religious style is, once again, didactic fiction, which is easy to tell in this book. It contains significant historical errors. Let me point out a few of these by noting chapter 1, verse 1. It's the 12th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, who ruled over the Assyrians in the great city of Nineveh. In those days, Arphaxad ruled over the Medes in Ecbatana. Now listen to the errors in that one verse. First, the 12th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar would be 539 BCE, before the Babylonian exile. Second, Nebuchadnezzar never ruled over the Assyrians in the great city of Nineveh because he was the king of Babylon. Thirdly, Nineveh fell to the Babylons in 612. So it was not the time that Nebuchadnezzar was king. Fourth, in the days of Nebuchadnezzar, Arphaxad could not have ruled over the Medes in Ecbatana. King Arphaxad is never mentioned in secular history at this time, only mentioned in the book of Genesis. He's a list of the descendants of Shem. Fifth, the city of Ecbatana was built around 700 and had minor significance. But the kingdom of the Medes was found a little later and ruled for over 100 years. It was conquered by Cyrus the Great, not Nebuchadnezzar. So now that you're warmed up with all the errors, I want to go to Judith 4, 6 and 7, which reads as follows. The high priest Jehoiakim, who was in Jerusalem at the time, wrote to the people of Bethulia, which faces Esdraelon opposite the plain of Dothan, ordering them to seize the mountain passes. In this verse, the high priest Jehoiakim is depicted as both a religious and a military leader because he orders the army. However, that combination of roles didn't arise until Jonathan in 153. But like Lake Wobegon on Prairie Home Companion, Bethulia was not a real place. One accuracy is that the battle can take place in the valley of Esdraelon, which is the place associated with Armageddon, the last battle. Now, given all this, I'm sure that the audience knew it was not an historical account. We need to look at the book as a model of opposition by any pagan ruler. It's like long ago and very far away, because it sees details in clear-cut categories of good and evil. However, we know that there's a sharp dichotomy between good and evil. On that point, the literary style could be seen in a similar way as apocalyptic literature. The book applies to those resisting at any time in any place. There are two main sections to consider in this story: Judith 1-7 and then 8-16. The first chapters don't mention the person of Judith at all, but sets the scene for the rest of the story. The chapter builds up a contrast. On the one hand, there's the great might of Nebuchadnezzar with his Assyrian army led by General Holofernes. So it says this: Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, called Holofernes, the chief general of the army, second only to himself, and said to him, Thus says the great king, the Lord of the whole earth, leave my presence and take with you men confident in their strength, 120,000 foot soldiers and 12,000 cavalry. March out against all the land to the west, because they are disobeying my orders. You can see how big that army is. This army is fighting Judea, which was the only nation that had not surrendered to them. The people of Judea were called to worship Nebuchadnezzar, but they refused. In Judith 3:1, it says that they decided to sue for peace. These people and all the countryside welcomed him with garlands and dances and tambourines. Yet he demolished all their shrines and cut down their sacred groves, for he had been commissioned to destroy all the gods of the land. At that point, Holofernes is told that God will save the people of Judea. Achior, the leader of the Ammonites, tells the Israelite history and encourages Holofernes to keep a distance because the people are not guilty. Now, Holofernes responds with cryptic vigor. Who are you, Achior, and you mercenaries of Ephesus, to prophesy among us, as you've done today, and tell us not to make war against the people of Israel, because their God will defend them? What God is there but Nebuchadnezzar? He will send his forces and destroy them from the face of the earth. You can see how cryptic that is. Through the mouth of Holofernes, Nebuchadnezzar puts himself in place of God. And I hope this rings a bell and reminds you of Antiochus IV Epiphanes. Members of the army bind Achior and put him down in Bethulia at the feet of the Israelites. The people of Israel fall prostrate before their God, who remember that their covenant God saved them from the Assyrians. This is where geography assists the Judeans. It's very difficult to attack the city because it is supposedly in the valley of Esdraelon, the great final battle. So the Assyrians cut off the water supply outside the city of Bethulia, and they pray that God will deliver them. After 34 days, they are dying of thirst. The citizens call upon the leaders of Bethulia to surrender and save their lives. The leaders decide to give God 5 days before they surrender to Nebuchadnezzar and worship him. At this point, chapter 8, Judith is introduced. She's a widow of a good family. She's beautiful and well-respected, a manager of property, and devoted to God. She has reputation as a person of great wisdom. Now, if you've ever read Proverbs, this description of Judith sounds like the capable woman described in Proverbs 31:10 and on. Judith calls in the leaders and castigates them for testing God and putting limits on God's power. So she accuses them of having little faith in this way. Listen to me, rulers of the people of Bethulia. What you have said to the people today is not right. You have even sworn and pronounced this oath between God and you, promising to surrender the town to our enemies unless the Lord turns and helps you within 5 days. Who are you to put God to the test and to set yourselves up in the place of God in human affairs? You are putting the Lord Almighty to the test, but you're never going to learn anything. You can't plumb the depths of the human mind or understand the workings. How do you expect to search out God who made all these things? And she goes on. The obvious point is that God is free to save or to destroy. Judith urges them to resist, for surrendering means to worship Nebuchadnezzar. Then Uzziah, one of the leaders, says to her, all that you have said was spoken out of a true heart, and there is no one who would deny your words. Today is not the first time your wisdom has been shown, but from the beginning of your life, all the people have recognized your understanding, for your heart's disposition is right. Then it goes on to say that the people were so thirsty that they compelled to do what they did. After praying, Judith devises a plan. She makes herself as beautiful as she can, for she knows that her beauty and wisdom are her weapons. She prepares a picnic basket of kosher food, and you can imagine this as a piece of artwork, which it often is. And then, with her maids, she sets out for the valley of Esdraelon, the place of Armageddon. She's sort of like Deborah in the book of Judges, who engineers one of the classic Old Testament battles. Judith then charms Holofernes, and after he drinks too much, she cuts off his head. When she returns to Bethulia, Judith is praised by Uzziah. O daughter, you are blessed by the Most High God above all women on the earth. And blessed be the Lord God who created the heavens and the earth and guided you. Your praise will never depart from the hearts of those who remember the power of God. The story ends by acclaiming Judith. No one ever again spread terror among the Israelites during the lifetime of Judith or for a long time after her death. So Judith is acclaimed for bringing peace. This is the story of God's providence and care for the nation of Israel. Judith is God's instrument, for she allows God's power to work through her. In a story of God's victory over the powers of evil, it is like the Exodus story. Who's the great God? The God of the covenant or the God of Pharaoh? Obviously, the God of the covenant, because God hardens Pharaoh's heart. Who is the great God? The Lord of the covenant or Nebuchadnezzar? At this point, God used the weak to confound the powerful. So Judith represents the powerless one. She is a widow, as in widows, orphans, and strangers, which I talked about before. The story assures its readers that God saves even when all seems hopeless. Once again, God uses an unlikely instrument, a faithful woman, to accomplish this goal. I often describe it as a female version of the David and Goliath story. If you remember, David was very weak and only had a slingshot, and Goliath was this big giant. So we look at it this way. The victory came not because of her beauty although that helps, but as a result of Judith's faith in the God of the covenant. Over and over again in the Bible, God's power, not human might, brings a victory. Now, it's important to receive this story of a woman, one of the few places in the Old Testament where a woman is acclaimed. So who are some others? Miriam led the victory dance at the sea after they crossed. Deborah was a judge. Jael led the victory over a man. And probably one of the least known, Huldah, was a prophetess who authorized the text of the law, which must have been the book of Deuteronomy found in the temple. And then lastly, we have these two Deuterocanonical books, where Esther convinced the king of Persia to save the Jews. So what we have is an indebtedness to the Septuagint for two of the women who are saved. Now, those of you that are women really should like this story. And those of you that are men really need to see the importance of women in the text because it so glorifies men. So think about it as a story of a woman, one of the few when a woman is acclaimed. However, Judith was unlike many of the women in the Old Testament. She was not important because of her husband or her son, for her husband was dead and there is no son mentioned. She was important because of her own person, a widow who refused offers of another marriage. She's an independent woman in a society where independent women was a rarity. Women did not own property. She's a wealthy woman who administers her property effectively. So she is very intelligent. Even her steward was a woman. So she was a faithful, devout Jew who knew her faith. She wasn't afraid to challenge the male leaders of the community when they were in error. She seems to be fearless and non-conventional because she chopped off the head of a man. Now, when you look at art in the Middle Ages, you will find Michelangelo and others who magnify that story. And I would suggest you need to put that in context. So Judith is a model for us of a strong person. She has the courage to save her people. She did this even with the great risk because she combined prayer and action. And her prayer was not passive. She prayed for strength to do something about the situation. And she used her gifts, both beauty and intelligence, to free her people. So Judith is a model of a faithful woman of God. She was threatened by powerful opposition, but was not afraid to act. I call Judith a hero more than a heroine, because she made the hero's journey as described earlier in the book of Tobit. And you might want to think about that because sports teams sometimes say the lady volunteers. Well, they're just the volunteers. She fought and defeated the power of evil. But unlike Tobias, she wasn't rescued by an angel. I find it unfortunate that Judith is seldom used in the liturgy. It is only proclaimed in one place, and that's on the Feast of Mary. She's seen as a prototype of Mary, with the way Uzziah describes her with victory. And it says this, "O daughter, you are blessed by the Most High God above other women on the earth. And blessed be the Lord God who created the heavens and the earth. Your praise will never depart from the hearts of those who remember the power of God." Now, of course, Mary did not cut off the head of a man. So you can see at this point that her intelligence, her beauty, and her prayerfulness before God is what's important. So why isn't that used in the lectionary? She deserves a place in the lectionary because of her own courage, not because she's compared to Mary, because of her own faithfulness to God. Over the centuries, Judith has been a popular model. You can find her in paintings and sculptures, like Michelangelo, Donatello, and Botticelli. She is immortalized in stone and on canvas. Geoffrey Chaucer praised Judith as a model of strength and chastity in his writing The Monk's Tale. Martha Graham embellishes her story in Dance. So in some ways, Judith stands alone in the Bible as a woman who does great things because of herself and not because she is the wife of a husband or the widow of a son who must take care of her. And I think that's a good lesson for all of us. So I suggest you take away 2 lessons from the book of Judith. First, victory does not come from human might. It comes through the power of God. Deliverance may look like folly from a human point of view, but those who place their trust in human power are fools. Think about that in our society. Who pays attention and puts their trust in human power? Listen to the news. Think about that. I trust myself with the sports teams. I think we have a lot to learn from that. So secondly, it's very important that we trust in God. God can deliver the faithful people at whatever time and in whatever way God wishes. So sometimes we think, how is the end of the world really going to happen? Well, we don't need to think about that. All we need to think about is the path toward God that we are on that keeps us trusting in the power of God. God can use us, whoever we are, as faithful people in whatever time we live and in whatever way God wants us to work. Topic 12. Jewish Feast, Purim and Hanukkah. This concluding lecture will discuss 2 important feasts that take on added significance as a result of the Deuterocanonical Books, those of Purim and Hanukkah. The Feast of Purim is connected to the book of Esther, and some of its description is in the Hebrew version of the book, but additional description is given only in the Apocrypha, the Greek editions. The Feast of Purim celebrates the Jewish victory in the land of Persia as a result of the courage of the Jewish woman Esther. So notice it's diaspora. The Feast of Hanukkah is only mentioned in 1st and 2nd Maccabees because it celebrates the rededication of the temple, so Jerusalem Judaism. So in this lecture, I will give background to these 2 feasts, as well as discuss how it's celebrated today. Let me begin with the Feast of Hanukkah. In Jewish tradition, this feast is minor in the calendar. However, in the United States and in other places in the world where Christmas is a big thing, Hanukkah takes on extra importance in order to give Jewish children something to celebrate during the Christmas season. That is not entirely inappropriate because the rededication of the temple happened on the 15th of Chislev, December 5th, 167. And to help you with that calendar, I have put it in the appendix. So in a way, here in the United States, Hanukkah has taken a place equal to Passover as a symbol of Jewish identity. Another proof that Hanukkah is not a major feast is that it's mentioned only once in the Christian Bible. There's a controversy among the disciples as to whether it would be wise for Jesus to go to Jerusalem. John's Gospel does not give prominence to the feast, but mentions it only because it's being celebrated. So Jesus says he must go up to the Jerusalem temple during the Feast of the Dedication, and it was winter. So the importance here is not the Feast of Hanukkah, but the fact that he's going to Jerusalem. So if it's not a major feast, and it's not in the Hebrew Bible, why do Christians study it? And how do the Jews justify it as a feast in the calendar? The first question, Christians studying about the feast, enhances our understanding of the Jewish tradition and what we might glean from it. In 1 Maccabees 4, the purification of the temple celebrates the driving out of the Gentile armies with song and cymbals and ornaments. This text never mentions the lighting of candles, which is part of the feast. 2 Maccabees 6 emphasizes the fact that not long ago on the Feast of Booths, the Maccabees lived in caves like wild animals. This is surely a reference to the way they fought the Seleucids, surprising them in battle. Referring to booths again can be confusing unless you understand that the feast have similar elements of celebration. Also, 2 Maccabees talks about how they carry rods made of plain palm branches while they proceed and sing. It also notes that the yearly celebration is given by public edict. And lastly, there's a reference to the 25th day. So the second question, justifying the feast in their calendar, is a bit more complicated. First, there are a couple of vague references to Hanukkah in the Mishnah, the collection compiled about AD 200 and made the basic part of the Talmud, which is the authoritative body of Jewish tradition. In some ways, you could say that it's comparable to our Catholic Catechism, with the exception that most of the Talmud interprets biblical passages to explain their tradition. Several rabbis suggest that information on the holiday was so commonplace that the Mishnah felt no need to explain it. Further, the Mishnah was redacted after the revolt against the Romans by Bar Kokhba, and its editors were reluctant to include discussion of a holiday celebrating a relatively recent revolt. These are the words given in the Talmud regarding Hanukkah. Now, Judith celebrated the festivals of the restoration of the sacrifices of the temple for 8 days, and he honored God and delighted them by hymns and psalms. After a long time of intermission, they unexpectedly had regained the freedom of their worship and made it a law for their posterity that they should keep a festival for 8 days and call it Festival of Lights. The ancient Jewish historian Flavius Josephus narrates in Jewish Antiquities 12 how the victorious Judas Maccabeus ordered festivities after rededicating the Jerusalem temple. One of the things I want to do after I retire is read Josephus because I mention him so often. A number of other historians believe that the reason for the 8-day celebration was that the first Hanukkah was in effect a belated celebration of 2 fall feasts. During the war, the Jews were not able to celebrate Sukkot properly. The day after the 7th of Sukkot is the holiday Shemini Atzeret, which literally means the assembly on the 8th day. 7 days is the number of creation, that is the completion of the material cosmos. So the Creator is like a host who invites humans as visitors for a limited amount of time, but when the time comes to leave, the Creator asks to stay another day. 8, being one step beyond 7, represents the infinite. Unlike Sukkoth, when all peoples were welcome in Jerusalem, Jewish theology sees this as the day of transcendence and the Jewish people's special role in human history. Hence, the 8th day of the Assembly Festival is, according to Jewish law, a festival for Jews only. Because of the meaning of this day, the Jewish people complete the annual cycle of reading the entire Torah. It's interesting that the last Torah portion, Deuteronomy 35, is read and then immediately followed by the first chapter of Genesis, reminding the Jewish people that the Torah is a circle that never ends. Secondly, but still important, the rite of Brit Milah, which is circumcision, brings a Jewish male into God's covenant, and it is always performed on the 8th day. Hence, Hanukkah's 8 days, in celebration of monotheism over Hellenistic humanism, have symbolic importance for practicing Jews. So you now know that there are 8 days of celebration and that the feast is called the Festival of Lights. The next question is, why 8 days connected to this particular feast other than that Jewish remembrance of God with them? Its explanation comes from a legend regarding what happened after the forces of Antiochus IV had been driven out of the temple. To their dismay, the Maccabees discovered that almost all of the ritual olive oil had been profaned. So they found a single container that was still sealed by the high priest, but it only had enough oil to keep the menorah, the candlelight, in the temple lit for a single day. So as part of the rededication, they decided to burn it on the first day, yet by miracle, it burned for 8 days. This was the time it took new oil to be pressed and ready. So you see, there's a lot of connections of Jewish feasts with common traditions. So it became a tradition to burn the candles for 8 days. Now, the lights can be candles or oil lamps. Electric lights are sometimes used, and they're acceptable in places where open flame is not permitted, such as a hospital room. But most Jewish homes have a special candelabrum, or oil lamp holder for Hanukkah, which holds 8 lights, plus an additional shamash light, which refers to the source of the light. None of the candles could be used to light the other candles. In the absence of another source of light, you have a 9th candle that serves this purpose. Only when there's a danger of anti-Semitic persecution were lamps supposed to be hidden from public view. So Hanukkah lights burn for at least 1/2 hour after it gets dark. Unfortunately, the emphasis upon the story of the miracle oil as a diversion away from the struggle with empires led to the disastrous downfall of Jerusalem to the Romans. In Jewish law, women are exempt from time-bound positive commandments. However, the Talmud requires that women engage in the mitzvah of lighting Hanukkah, and the mother usually does that, for they too were involved in the miracle. As the years continued and the celebration took on more significance, a point of disagreement emerged between 2 rabbinical schools of thought, the houses of Hillel and Shammai, on the proper order in which to light the Hanukkah candles. Shammai stated that 8 candles should be lit on the first day, 7 on the second day, and so on down to 1 on the last day. Hillel argued in favor of starting with one candle and lighting an additional candle one night later, up to 8 for the 8th night. Jewish law adopted the position of Hillel. Eventually, it became the preferred practice to vary the number of lights each night. In Hillel tradition, interestingly, the more observant should light a candle for each member of the family, and the most observant should light 8 candles in remembrance of the miracle. Now, I've always wondered how they determine who was the more observant and the most observant. Hanukkah is celebrated by a series of rituals performed every day. Some are family-based and others communal. It includes a special section added to the blessing after meals. Now, it's not a Sabbath-like holiday, and there's no obligation to refrain from activities that are forbidden on the Sabbath. Adherents go to work as usual, but may leave early in order to be home to kindle the lights. Schools need not be closed, although in Israel schools close the second day for the whole week. Appendix 7 explains the many traditions connected to Hanukkah: food, song, games. Now to the Feast of Purim. The story is told in the book of Esther. It is concerned with the question, for diaspora Judaism, of how to cope in a powerful country as a minority. As a reminder, the term diaspora means scattered, and so refers to the Jewish people who are celebrating a feast around the diaspora. The Feast of Purim can only be understood in the light of the victory that Esther and Mordecai win for the Jewish people. It shows how influential they were in the Persian Empire. For Hanukkah, we saw how the Jews celebrated an event for Jewish people in a dominant Jewish culture. In Jerusalem, they could afford to have a rigid attitude toward foreigners. However, that was not true for Jews in the diaspora who lived among pagans. It is for them that the book of Esther was written. It might be helpful for you to review topic 10, which discusses the Greek additions to the book of Esther. That helps you remember the basic story. More importantly, you need to recall how Esther and Mordecai influenced the king. It's because of their success that they are able to save the Jewish people from being slaughtered by Haman. Purim is make merry on the 14th day of Adar, which is usually in March. Haman chose the 13th day of Adar to exterminate the Jews. On that day, the Jews battled their enemies for their lives. Therefore, from that day onward, Jewish people celebrate their survival. And this success encourages diaspora Jews to celebrate with gusto. Purim is not a day of triumphant bloodletting, but a time when reversal of expected fortunes occur. It's a day of gaining mastery, an occasion of self-defense, and above all, a time of relief from hostile neighbors. What is celebrated thereafter is not the victory itself, but the days of rejoicing after the victory. Now, you may look at Appendix 8 for the traditions about Purim, food, songs, and games. Many Jews in our day long for a program of demilitarization in their country, which would be the most advantageous way of celebrating Purim. In the world today, that is probably not possible, but efforts need to continue toward a just settlement of the Jewish-Arab question in the Bible lands. The victory on that day is bound to be commemorated. It's the community in the first place that decides to celebrate the events. However, now that Mordecai and Esther are significant leaders of the Persian Empire, it's hardly surprising that they would give the celebration the full Persian ceremonial treatment. So Mordecai harnesses the resources of the chancellery and the imperial postal system by sending a letter to Jews in the kingdom. However, Esther, as the hero of the story, needs to give full authority to the letter about Purim. Thus, they ensure that the annual celebration be carried out by Jews everywhere. In the fashion of a prudent bureaucrat, Mordecai even prevents potential conflict among the Jews over which day to celebrate by authorizing commemoration on both of the days suggested earlier. The name by which this festival of rejoicing for deliverance, not of gloating over slain enemies, is known as Purim, which is lots. Undoubtedly, it originally referred to a Persian spring festival at which lots were cast to determine destinies and fortunes for the coming year. But in this narrative, the word Pur has been linked with lot, cast by Haman, to determine the most auspicious day for the extermination of the Jews. And I would suggest you go back to Esther 3 to study that. Again, remember, this is not a major element in the plot, but it serves to give specifically Jewish dimension to a festival much older than the Jews first recognized it. The Feast of Purim was not one of the 7 feasts that the people remember as instituted at Mount Sinai after Israel came out of Egypt. In the book The Temple, Edersheim, a rabbi, says, besides the festivals mentioned in the law of Moses, other festive seasons were also observed at the time of our Lord to perpetuate the memory either of great national deliverances or great national calamities. Today, Purim remains a major festival of the Jewish calendar, an occasion for feasting and gift-giving and charity. Its principal religious ceremony is the public reading once in the evening and once in the morning of the book of Esther, from a special scroll in Hebrew called Megillah. The only aspect of the festivity that celebrates victory and defeat is when Esther is read, and they use noisemakers like the kind we use for New Year's Day to drown out the name of Haman, which is especially delightful for children, and I even use it in my classroom. This insists that the festival celebrating Jewish survival is not an acclamation of Jewish military might or Jewish diplomatic cunning, but an occasion when you simply rest or have relief so that you can celebrate and use noisemakers. Also, the exchanging of gifts and domestic merrymaking become the emphasis. Now, it's interesting that in leap years, there are 2 months of Adar, and so Purim is celebrated in the 2nd month of Adar, so that is always 1 month before Passover. The 14th day of the 1st Adar in a leap year is celebrated as a minor holiday called Purim Katan, which means Little Purim. There are no specific observances for Purim Katan. However, God's people celebrate the holiday and not mourn or fast. Some communities also observe a Purim Katan on the anniversary of any day when the community was saved from a catastrophe, a destruction, an evil, or oppression. The Passover reminds the Jewish populace that in every generation there are those who rise up to destroy them, but God saves them from this end. In the time of the book of Esther, Haman was the one who tried to destroy the people. In modern times, other significant figures have threatened the Jewish community, so echoes of Purim radiate from their stories. And let me give you 2. Reverberations of Purim in the 20th century first are found in the Nuremberg war crime trials. In the book of Esther, Haman's 10 sons were hanged. In 1946, 10 of Hitler's top associates were put to death by hanging for their war crimes. including the crime of murdering 6 million Jews. An 11th associate of Hitler, Hermann Göring, committed suicide the night before the execution, parallel to the suicide of Haman's daughter recorded in the Talmud. One of the men seems to have been aware of the parallel. On the way to the gallows, Julius Strecker shouted, "Purim Feast, 1946." It's also interesting, in the book of Esther, in the list of the names of Haman's sons, the letters Tav in the first name, Shin in the 7th name, and Zion in the 10th name are written in smaller letters than the rest. The numerical value of Tav, Shin, Zion is 707, and these 10 men were hanged in the Jewish year of 5707. The thousandth digit is routinely skipped when writing Jewish years. There are no numerals for thousands in Hebrew numbering. So they were not hanged on Purim, though they were hanged on the final day of Sukkot. Another remembrance of Purim was in the Soviet Union. Stalin was planning to deport most of the Jews to Siberia. But just before his plans came to fruition, he suffered a stroke and died a few days later. He suffered the stroke on the night of March 1st, 1953. Realizing that Jewish days end at sunset, you will see March 1st on the calendar as the Feast of Purim. The plan to deport Jews was not carried out. A story is told about that 1953 Purim. A rabbi led a Purim gathering and was asked to give a blessing for the Jews of the Soviet Union, who were known to be in great danger. Instead, the rabbi told an enigmatic story about a man who was voting in the Soviet Union. He heard the people crying for the candidate, "Hurrah, hurrah!" The man did not want to cheer, but was afraid to not cheer. So he said, "Hurrah!" But in his heart, he meant it for the Hebrew, "Hur-Ra," which means, he is evil. The crowd at the rabbi's 1953 gathering began chanting, "Hurrah!" regarding Stalin that night, because Stalin had suffered the stroke. Feast of Purim represents the principle that God consistently delivers Israel. This principle can be traced throughout the Scriptures. Israel was in bondage to sin and death under the law of Moses, and it was the Messiah's job to deliver Israel from psychological death. In the same way, Paul reminds us, all of us who were baptized into Christ Jesus were baptized into his death, which is in Romans 6. Therefore, it's the Messiah's resurrection and outpouring of the Holy Spirit that regenerates the human soul. As Israel rejoiced at being released from Haman's death decree, we too can celebrate a Purim event in the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus, the Christ, with enthusiasm.
Thank you for listening to this program by Now You Know Media. Please visit our website, nowyouknowmedia.com today to browse our newest programs.